Chapter 1242. Half a month ago, on the East Sea, about 300 nautical miles away from the seashore, a white yacht was sailing forward. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Inside the yacht, Su Zijuan, who was wearing a black dress, held a glass of deer blood and looked at the dark sea outside the window. Jessica, who was beside her, looked a little reserved. In front of the sofa, Ghost Baby was in his usual Mohican costume, holding a bottle of deer blood, waiting quietly like a waiter. On the deck, an owl landed on Chi-Chi Kamaya's arm. The old tortoise, whose age was unknown, looked into the owl's eyes for a while, then turned around and walked into the room. "Princess, the Xianyuan gate is about to open. Please get ready." Hearing Chi-Chi Kamaya's words, Jessica was a little nervous. She knew that she was about to step into an ancient tribe on the land of God Kelowna. It was almost born with the history of Kelowna. For thousands of years, the dynasties on the land of Kelowna had changed, but this tribe had always existed. Compared to this ancient tribe, the Michael Club she used to belong to was obviously so young. And the girl in black dress in front of her, the owner who brought her immortality, was the princess of this ancient tribe. Hearing this, Su Zijuan put the glass on the table, wiping her lips with the handkerchief that Ghost Baby gave her, saying casually, "The taste of the snow deer in Changbai Mountain is getting worse and worse." Ghost Baby didn't say anything, but just put it away. This was the best thing that could be found outside. Chi-Chi Kamaya smiled. "Last year, 2 white peacocks grew up in Luo River stream. I've asked someone to get them for the princess." Su Zijuan glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Get one for her later. She hasn't gotten used to drinking human blood, so it's good to drink some rare beast's blood. Otherwise, she'll embarrass me if her strength is so weak." Hearing this, Jessica's expression became unnatural. After becoming a zombie, Jessica more or less knew the difference between a zombie and a vampire from Su Zijuan. They both needed to drink blood as the driving force to increase their strength, but they relied on different things. A vampire's heart was like an engine that required fresh blood as fuel to start. Zombies, on the other hand, needed the essence contained in fresh blood. Zombies were different from vampires. When they were weak, they were afraid of sunlight and didn't rely on fresh blood as much as vampires. Even the growth of a zombie was much slower than that of a vampire. However, when Jessica heard that Su Zijuan asked Chi-Chi Kamaya to prepare a portion of peacock blood for her, she felt somewhat relieved. She hadn't eaten anything since she came back from abroad and experienced the Penglai treasure house and the Battle of Mount Tai. Although the zombie did not rely on blood as much, it was still in a state of hunger. It was just that it had not reached its limit yet, so it could still endure. She was even a little afraid that Su Zijuan would starve her until she could no longer suppress her instincts, and then let her drink human blood. Jessica walked out of the cabin with Su Zijuan and came to the deck while she was thinking about a lot of messy things. The cold wind raised waves on the sea. All of a sudden, a kind of turbulence began to spread from the bottom of the ship. As the ship swayed, a huge whirlpool appeared on the sea in front of them. Then, 2 huge golden pillars with coiling dragons emerged slowly from the whirlpool. Jessica used all her strength to look at them. She saw a warrior wearing golden armor and holding a broadsword standing on each of the 2 huge pillars. The 2 warriors' faces were covered by the golden masks, but their eyes were as sharp as a bayonet. Jessica felt that she was close to death with only one glance. "They are the gatekeepers of Xianyuan Gate," Chi-Chi Kamaya explained to Jessica. "They are the 6th generation gatekeepers. I heard that you used to belong to a Michael Club, right? These 2 gatekeepers are not worse than the immortal generals of the club. 12 immortal generals." Of course, Jessica knew what the immortal generals represented in the club. They were the strongest forces under the 26th seat. The club had developed for hundreds of years on the European continent and recruited numerous geniuses and powerful people. But there were only 12 immortal generals. In this ancient tribe, only the gatekeepers had the strength of immortal generals. "Greetings, Your Highness." On the golden pillars, the two gatekeepers knelt down on one knee. Su Zijuan just nodded, and then glanced at Chi-Chi Kamaya. Since they were going back to Xianyuan Palace, the royal princess naturally needed to restore her princess's temperament. "Thank you for your hard work," Chi-Chi Kamaya smiled. "Gatekeepers, please open the Xianyuan gate for your highness." Yes, the gatekeepers cupped their fists and stood up respectively, drawing out the golden sabers from their waists. In a split second, the two huge pillars started to emit golden light. As the golden light flashed, Jessica lost her sight. When she regained her sight, she saw a blue sky. The yacht had left the original sea area and arrived at a calm lake. "Miss Jessica, it should be your first time to enter the Xianyuan secret land." Chi-Chi Kamaya stroked his beard and smiled. "This is the Red Maple Lake, the entrance to the secret land." Jessica looked around and found that the lake was green. The lakeside and the surrounding mountain streams were all red maple. It was like a fairyland in the human world. There were rare and exotic beasts on the lake. A group of white cranes flew over her head. At this moment, waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, and a huge figure broke out from the lake. Its body was curled up, and it was actually an incomparably huge monster. It looked like a python and a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It was greenish-black, had right horns for claws and thin wings on its ribs. It's a dragon named Aohei. It's a branch descendant of the ancient dragon tribe in the East Sea. But its bloodline is very thin now. Chi-Chi Kamaya's voice sounded timely. Jessica just listened. Although she had learned the culture of China because of Yi-Yen, she didn't know these ancient things. The flood dragon named Aohei was circling around the yacht. It lowered its huge head and stuck close to Su Zijuan's face, acting like a well-behaved child. Su Zijuan gave a rare smile. She touched Aohei's right horn and said with a smile, "Not bad. You've gotten fatter after 80 years." Aohei's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. Jessica could see that its body was trembling. "Princess, it's late. Let's go back to the palace," Chi-Chi Kamaya reminded her helplessly. Aohei was smart enough to dive into the water. It swam to the back of the yacht and started to push it to the lakeside. By the lakeside, people could be seen from afar. Jessica saw rows after rows of soldiers in golden and silver armor. Behind them, there were many old people, men, women, and children in ancient Han costumes. Among them, there was even a group of creatures that looked like humans but were not. They had the characteristics of various beasts on their bodies. Further away, one could see rows of ancient buildings with distinct levels and crisscrossing streets. On top of that mountain, there was a majestic hall that was dazzling in gold and jade. Suddenly, Jessica felt that she had entered a movie theater of ancient palaces. When the yacht finally stopped, all the people on the lakeside knelt down. "Welcome back to the palace, princess." "Get up." Su Zijuan stood on the bow and waved her hand with a cold face. It was the first time for Jessica to see Su Zijuan like this. She was used to having a childish face, but now there was a rare majesty on it. After that, Jessica was dumbfounded. As a girl who grew up abroad, she had never seen the complicated customs of the ancient Kelowna except for watching movies occasionally. When she came back to her senses, she was already at a corner of the majestic palace on the mountain. Beside her were two girls in palace attire serving her. Finally, Su Zijuan thought that she might not be suitable, so she sent Ghost Baby to accompany her. When they met again, Ghost Baby had already dressed up. She wore a long robe and dyed her hair black again. She looked like a gentleman in a suit and leather shoes when she was in Mount Tai. Ghost Baby asked someone to bring a set of palace attire and asked the maid to help Jessica put it on. "Miss Jessica, you can stay here for the next 2 days. You're the direct servant of the princess. You have a noble status. If you need anything, just tell them." "Master, won't she come?" Jessica asked subconsciously. Ghost Baby said indifferently, "The princess will meet the chiefs and deal with some things. It won't be peaceful. So you just wait here. Jessica seemed to think of something. A few days ago, there seemed to be a rebellion in the Xianyuan Palace on Mount Tai. In the main hall of the Xianyuan Palace, Su Zijuan was wearing a phoenix crown and a purple dragon robe. She sat on the couch with her hands folded on her legs and her eyes looking straight ahead. Under her seat, the chiefs of the Xianyuan Palace stood in rows. Chichikamaya changed into a court attire and stood on the right side of the chiefs. On the left side, there was a man in his 40s with a dignified appearance. He was thin, but didn't look frail. Half of his sideburns were white, and he looked dignified. At this moment, a man in his 30s with a dignified face was kneeling among the crowd. Chichikamaya said loudly, Gongsun Qian, you connived your son Gongsun Shiyu to participate in the chaos of the Tianqin branch. You even mobilized the 36 Big Dipper generals, without permission. You trapped Kelowna in the fire and water for your own selfish reasons. Do you know your crime? I know my crime, the man who bowed his head said with grief. Chichikamaya glanced at the man on the left. Seeing his calm face, he continued, Gongsun Qian, I know your crime. From now on, you'll be stripped of your position as the Vice Chief of Qian Division and the Commander of Big Dipper. You'll be punished with 200 lashes and have to reflect on your mistakes for 50 years. I know my crime. The man who bowed his head said bitterly. At this moment, all the chiefs in the hall were silent as if they had expected this result. Chichikamaya looked around and said, Everyone, please take this as a warning. All the chiefs below nodded in agreement. From the beginning to the end, Su Zijuan didn't say a word. Only now did she reach out her left hand. A palace maid came forward to support her. Another palace maid came forward to lift the hem of the dragon robe and slowly left. After Su Zijuan left, the hall was no longer silent. All the chiefs walked towards Chichikamaya. There were 2 major divisions in Xianyuan Palace, Qian Division and Kuan Division. Qian Division was led by Gongsun clan. There were also Yoxiong, Shaojian, Wei River, and other human tribes of different sizes. As for Kuan Division, it was made up of mountain spirits and sea monsters that had been incorporated over countless years. Chichikamaya exchanged greetings with the Kuan Division beasts for a while before slowly walking to the man on the left. He bowed with both hands and said with a smile, Greetings, Lord Huangquan. This was the head of Qian Division, the one with real power in Xianyuan Palace. Gongsun Qian, who was stripped of his position, was only Gongsun Huangquan's 3rd son. A smile appeared on Gongsun Huangquan's solemn face. Lord Gui has finally found the princess. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. I thank Lord Gui on behalf of Qian Division. Haha, don't mention it. Chichikamaya nodded. Gongsun Huangquan said again, But why hasn't the princess shed her drought demon body and recovered her Xianyuan bloodline? Chichikamaya said indifferently, as her subjects, How could we dare to guess what the princess wants? That's true. Gongsun Huangquan smiled and nodded, stroking his beard. Now that Gongsun Shiyu is dead, the position of imperial son-in-law is empty. Before he finished, Chichikamaya suddenly interrupted. Lord Huangquan, now that Gongsun Shiyu is dead, the princess wants to choose another husband. It is against etiquette. We can talk about this later. Besides, when it comes to the imperial bloodline, the Gongsun clan's bloodline is naturally the thickest. Lord Huangquan, why are you in such a hurry? That's right. Gongsun Huangquan chuckled and said with narrowed eyes, That's what I mean too. Lord Gui, why are you interrupting? Oh, it seems I've been too petty. Chichikamaya quickly apologized. Gongsun Huangquan said indifferently, Forgive me for not being able to accompany you in this internal strife. I have to go back and tidy things up. Farewell. Farewell, Lord Huangquan. Chichikamaya called out loudly. Chichikamaya watched as Gongsun Huangquan slowly left the hall with the other leaders of the Qian clan. Only when Gongsun Huangquan disappeared did he sigh. That old bastard can really endure. After that, Chichikamaya summoned the other leaders. Although Gongsun Shiyu is dead, his accomplice, Gongsun Jishui, is missing. Pass down the order to capture Gongsun Jishui and bring him back for execution. In the South China Sea, far away from the East China Sea, a helicopter slowly landed on a small island. When the helicopter landed, a group of men in white uniforms and armed with modern weapons came up to greet it. A man with a broken wrist walked down from the helicopter, followed by the group of white soldiers. The man with a broken wrist quickly passed through the forest and walked into a facility built within the mountain. After walking through a long metal tunnel, he walked into an elevator and went up. Not long after, the man with a broken wrist arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was covered with glass. The man with a broken wrist walked to the center of the courtyard. Here, a man with long black hair wearing white training clothes was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The man with a broken wrist slowly walked over and called out softly, "Shu, you're back." The man with long black hair, Gongsun Shiyu, slowly opened his eyes. "You've worked hard, Shui." The man with a broken wrist, Gongsun Shui, was silent for a moment before saying, "There's news from the Shenyuan Palace. The princess has returned to the palace. The first thing she did was to punish Lord Qian. He's going to be locked in the ice pool for 100 years to reflect on his mistakes." Gongsun Shiyu said calmly, "Gongsun Qian is obsessed with power. He hasn't made any progress for many years. 100 years of reflection isn't necessarily a bad thing. I hope he can cultivate his mind and make a breakthrough." Gongsun Shui didn't say anything. He only took a deep breath and took out a blood-colored jade. He pushed his palm and sent it to Gongsun Shiyu. The blood jade landed lightly in Gongsun Shiyu's palm. After he held it and felt it for a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Initially, I thought that test subject number 19 was just an arrogant fellow, so I didn't have much expectations for him. Who would have thought that he would be able to evolve his bloodline? Not bad." After that, Gongsun Shiyu crushed the jade in his hand. Instantly, a beam of blood-colored light merged into his body. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from Gongsun Shiyu's body. Gongsun Shui's heart skipped a beat. After a long time, this aura slowly calmed down. "I can summon Shenyuan Killing God with 50% of its power." Gongsun Shiyu slowly sighed. "I didn't expect the evolution of number 19's bloodline to increase my summoning power by 25%. Not bad. Congratulations." Gongsun Shui smiled. "Why don't you fix your broken wrist later?" Gongsun Shiyu looked at Shui. "Test subject number 20 is almost finished. Since I'm already dead in the eyes of the Shenyuan Palace, then don't use Gongsun Shiyu's identity anymore." "Where are you going?" Gongsun Shui frowned and asked. "I have my own plans." "You go and heal first," Gongsun Shiyu said calmly. "Okay." Gongsun Shui nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, Gongsun Shiyu stood up and walked into the depths of the courtyard, arriving under a Bodhi tree. Standing under the Bodhi tree, the tree trunk suddenly split open. Then a black screen slowly extended. Gongsun Shiyu pressed a button on the screen. The electronic voice slowly sounded. Chapter 1243. When she returned to her bedroom, Su Zijuan took off the phoenix coronet on her head and threw it on the ground. Then she took off her yellow robe, revealing only her undergarments. The two palace maids following closely behind her hurriedly tidied up the clothes Su Zijuan took off as she walked. When she arrived in front of the couch, Su Zijuan casually picked up the prepared white peacock blood and drank it slowly. Her bare feet dangled from the couch. After drinking half a cup of white peacock blood, Su Zijuan licked the corner of her mouth and said calmly, "You can leave for now." "Yes, princess." The two palace maids bowed and left. After the two palace maids left, a guard's voice came from outside. Kuan Division leader Gue Darren has arrived. When Chichikamaya came in, he saw Su Zijuan holding her forehead, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. Her long black hair covered half of her pale face. Princess, how does this white peacock blood taste? Enough of this nonsense. Su Zijuan opened her eyes. After I left, did that old bastard Gongsun Huangquan make things difficult for you? Lord Gongsun is fair and impartial. He serves the public wholeheartedly. Why would he blame this old servant for such a small matter? Chichikamaya lowered his head. Is it that he won't or that he doesn't care? Su Zijuan laughed coldly. Of course not. Chichikamaya raised his head and said seriously, Lord Gongsun is the staunchest supporter of the imperial bloodline. As long as it's an imperial order, Lord Gongsun will have no complaints. Humph, imperial family. Su Zijuan shook her head. Gongsun Shiyu's rebellion this time has implicated many of the major tribes in the Qian division. Make it difficult for them to investigate internally. I'll leave the investigation to your Kuan division and order Gongsun Huangquan to assist you. This old servant understands. Chichikamaya nodded. This old servant will go now. Wait a moment. Su Zijuan suddenly called out. Chichikamaya turned around and obeyed. Su Zijuan grinned and suddenly said, Take my order and go to the secret treasure pavilion to get a pair of mirage dragon pearls. Don't tell anyone about this. Chichikamaya was stunned. What is the use of the mirage dragon pearl, princess? It's boring to ask too many questions. Su Zijuan waved her hand. You can leave now. Also, from today onwards, get Ghost Child to train that servant of mine and teach her the various etiquettes of the royal family. Princess, stop it. You've just returned to the palace. Chichikamaya's eyes twitched. He already knew what Su Zijuan wanted to do with the mirage dragon pearls. Su Zijuan glared at him and snorted. She needs at least 1.5 months to learn the etiquette of the Xianyuan palace. Isn't that enough? Princess, please reconsider. Su Zijuan said indifferently, Do you want me to draw the blood of your bastards? Chichikamaya sighed helplessly. Yes, your majesty. Asterisk, 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 asterisk at the exit of the arrival hall of the airport. Ren Xiling was holding a piece of A4 paper with the words Lung Feng written on it. Obviously, it was written with lipstick. Boy, speaking of which, how long has it been since you last saw your Uncle Dumbo? Nanny Ren stared at the exit and nudged Luocho, who was standing next to her with her elbow. Boss Luo's answer was very unique. I saw him once at the funeral and once in the spring of that year. It's been so long. Ren Xiling nodded and reminded her in the tone of a mother, Be more obedient later. Don't say things that you can't pry open even after 10,000 years. You can't go wrong by calling him uncle. Although your Uncle Dumbo isn't your father's colleague and isn't as close to our family as your Uncle Ma, his relationship with your father was forged through fighting. It can't be wrong. Forged through fighting? Luocho was stunned. His father had many friends, but he was still young back then and couldn't ask for help for everything. As for this Uncle Lung Feng, he didn't have a deep impression of him. Ren Xiling wasn't wrong. His closest friends were his father's colleagues. In the recent 3 or 4 years, Ma Haud was the closest. Later on, his father's brothers and sisters had all developed their own careers, and it was very difficult for them to get together again. Ren Xiling said, I also heard your dead dad mention it accidentally. At that time, your dead dad wasn't a captain yet. He was just a small police officer. Lung Feng, on the other hand, was just a new recruit. One of them was a soldier, while the other was a police officer. One night, your dad was on a case and wanted to catch a drug addict. Then he bumped into Lung Feng, who was out drinking during the holidays. Then they got into a fight because of a misunderstanding. And then It was the first time Luocio heard this story. After that, no discord, no concord. The two of them got into a fight, and your dad broke his arm while Dumbo broke his leg. Both of them were hospitalized for half a month, and they were even in the same bed. Then, they joked about becoming sworn brothers. What era is this? Hey, they're coming out. In the crowd, a spirited man wearing a leather jacket walked out quickly with his luggage. Lung Feng was tall and straight. His strides were wider and faster than a normal person's. In the blink of an eye, he found Ren Xiling in the crowd and walked over to her. Xiling. Lung Feng smiled and greeted her. Then he looked at Luocio and reached out to grab his shoulder. Good boy, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've grown taller. This man had a rare forthrightness. Sincere people could easily move people. Uncle Lung. Luocio nodded with a smile. Lung Feng nodded. There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Let's go. At the exit, there were many passengers coming out and there were people welcoming them. It was quite crowded and not a good place to talk. Rin Xiling left her car in the parking lot. Therefore, she let Luocio bring Lung Feng to the exit while she drove her car up from the garage. Let's go. Lung Feng smiled at Luocio. He did not feel unfamiliar after not seeing him for a few years. However, his eyes seemed to be looking at the place where they came out. Are we still waiting for someone? Luocio suddenly asked. No, it's nothing. Lung Feng shook his head. However, he thought to himself, this little guy seems to be quite sensitive. This way then. Luocio smiled and bent down to take the luggage in his hand naturally. Lung Feng did not feel rude at all. He did not stand on ceremony. He just smiled and left with Luocio. The next moment they arrived at the exit. An ordinary-looking man looked at them in confusion. He then looked around and asked, What's going on? Where are they? Dumbo, how long are you going to stay this time? Granny, Rin drove the car up. After Lung Feng and Luocio got in, they drove out of the airport. Just 4 to 5 days. Lung Feng looked out of the window. I'll walk around and meet some old friends. I'll go back after that. Under Luocio's gaze, Rin Xiling did not dare to be distracted. She could only look straight ahead. That's good. We've booked a place for dinner. Let's go there after we settle down. Old Ma said he'll come on time to welcome you. That's very kind of you. Lung Feng nodded with a smile. He suddenly said, Xiling, let's not go to the hotel first. Send me somewhere. Where? Lung Feng said slowly. I want to pay my respects to Brother Luo first. Rin Xiling was surprised. She nodded silently. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet. Ren Xiling could not stand the silence. She turned on the radio. I'm not going up. You can bring your Uncle Dumbo up. In front of the cemetery, Ren Xiling did not get out of the car. Instead, she locked herself in the car. Lung Feng opened his mouth and looked at Luocio. He saw the latter shake his head lightly. In the end, he did not say anything. After the two of them walked away, Lung Feng sighed. It's been so many years. She still hasn't let it go. Luocio sighed and said softly, she said she can't come more than once a year. If she does, she won't be able to stand it and will cry. I'm sorry. Lung Feng laughed bitterly. If I had known, I would have come secretly another day. Luocio shook his head. Your father is so lucky. Lung Feng patted Luocio's shoulder. Unfortunately, he has a short life. He won't feel lonely. Lung Feng smiled. He was quite satisfied with Luo Qi's son. After not seeing him for a few years, Luo Qi no longer had the childishness of a young man. Instead, he seemed to have lost some of the hot-bloodedness of a man. Lung Feng had served the army since he was young. He was surrounded by soldiers who showed off their abilities. Naturally, he preferred young people who were full of vigor and freedom. It was not that he disliked Luocio because of this. He just felt that this kind of bookworm was not his style. Luocio, are you interested in training in the army? Lung Feng suddenly asked before they reached the tombstone. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lung," Luocio said with a smile. "In half a month, I'll be going abroad. There's a university abroad that wants to recruit me." Lung Feng nodded. He was not too disappointed. He thought carefully and said, "This is also a way out. When you return in the future, you can be a useful person." "Not bad, not bad." Luocio recalled a summer when he was young. He did not know where his father got the energy to interrupt his birth mother's plan to enroll him in a piano class. Instead, he brought him to a military base to train. At that time, it was all thanks to Uncle Lung Feng. "If there's a chance, I'll go to the army and get some guidance from Uncle Lung." "Ha ha ha. You said it yourself. Lung Feng was really a forthright person. I'll make it clear in advance. If you dare to come, I won't give you any preferential treatment. I'll F***CK you the way I F***CK the recruits. I won't hesitate." Luocio smiled. He was thinking about his physical fitness. It shouldn't be a big deal. "Aya. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Lung Feng sighed. "I still remember the first time you came to my camp. You weren't even half my height. Now you're taller than me. Time really flies. At that time, I felt that you were a little weak. You didn't look like your father at all. Instead, you looked like your mother. When you were young, you were like a girl. I even thought that you were born in the wrong body." Even with the boss's calmness, he still felt a little unnatural. Lung Feng smiled and said, "But my opinion changed after a few days." Luocio looked at him in confusion. When he was so young, he naturally did not know what the adults thought. Lung Feng recalled, "Do you remember one day when you got lost and walked into the forest alone and spent the night there?" Luocio nodded. Many childhood memories would gradually fade away, but as long as he wanted to remember them, he could remember them clearly. This was nothing compared to his other abilities. "Your father and I were really worried. We thought that when we found you, you must have been scared. But when we found you the next morning, you were full of energy and not scared at all. You spent the night alone in the forest. You're so brave. When you grow up, you'll definitely be a man." When he was young, he could be considered a man. Oh, right. Speaking of this, there's another interesting thing. Lung Feng suddenly said, "Do you still remember the girl you met that night when you got lost?" Luocio nodded. At this moment, the memory gradually became clear. A face curled up in a tree hole, crying softly, appeared in front of him. Once the memory became clear, with his current ability, many things could become clear in an instant. So it was her, Miss Zhong. What happened to that girl after that? Luocio asked casually. Lung Feng said, "According to what you said, our people naturally found her later. The girl's identity was a bit special. Her family background was a bit developed, so I won't say more. But at that time it was because of you that we found her. You might not know, but after the girl's family found out about this, they secretly helped your father. Otherwise, how could your father, a newbie with no connections and no one above him, become the captain of the criminal police team so quickly? Your father can be considered to have borrowed your luck, but not many people know about this. I only found out about it a few years later when I talked to a friend of that family." Luocio always felt that his father's career was quite smooth. Maybe it was because of luck, but it also seemed that there was someone secretly supporting him. However, that was before he became the owner of the shop. It was something that happened when he was young. However, after he became the owner of the shop, fate sent the Zhong family to him. Of course, this wasn't the script in the hands of 003 Araya. That script couldn't control him now. This should be a higher level of fate. Vaguely, Luocio felt a trace of power that existed in countless subworlds, but was not used by the whole Araya system. This power couldn't be higher than the source behind the altar he came into contact with, but it was so obscure. Could it be the power of the Eternal Empire's royal family? Seeing that Luocio didn't speak, Lung Feng smiled and said, "How about it?" Thinking that this little girl's family isn't simple, So you want to play a scene of a prince and a princess meeting? But if you have the heart, I might be able to help. Uncle Lung, you're joking. Luocho came back to his senses. I have a girlfriend. Lung Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. When they arrived at the tombstone, he put down the flowers and bowed deeply, saying softly, Brother Luo, I'm here to see you. Since the third miss of the Zhong family came back from abroad, she moved into another house in Fragrant Hill and rarely saw guests. Most of the Four Seasons group under her name was handed over to her subordinates to manage. She hadn't interfered with the internal affairs of the Zhong family for some time. Fragrant Hill and Hongya were famous, but this was obviously not the time. In the room with the curtains drawn, Miss Zhong played the piano alone, her thoughts drifting into memories. Chapter 1244. She couldn't hide her tiredness. Fortunately, it was getting late, and her spirits were gradually lifted. When her finger finally stopped on the black key, the sound of the last note lingered in the room for a few seconds before gradually dissipating. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the thick curtains, leaving only a faint gray light. Zhong Luoyue lowered her head, and from a half-awake state, she became completely awake. Click! The light turned on. The door opened, and Elizabeth, wearing a white dress, walked in barefoot with a basket in her hands. You're awake. Elizabeth smiled. This was a woman that most men would flock to, if not for the fact that they were vampires. She was like snow. Due to long-term malnutrition, Elizabeth looked like an albino patient. The hair on her body was almost completely white. This characteristic had been fixed. Even after she broke her vows and drank fresh human blood, she still didn't get better. But in Zhong Luoyue's eyes, the white-haired and white-browed Elizabeth was so different, like a work of art. As a woman, she couldn't help but marvel at her extreme beauty. Unlike the Middle Ages, or even earlier times, white-haired and white-browed people weren't regarded as monsters, and some people with secondary interests loved them even more. If Elizabeth's ears were sharper, she would probably be regarded as a real fairy on Earth. The last time she went back to the Zhong family's mansion, she only met the young master of the Zhong family once, but her brother still couldn't forget him. If it was before she went to South America, Zhong Luoyue might have acquiesced to this matter because of the family's stability and the competition between the two sons and one daughter of the Zhong family, so that she could exchange more benefits from her brother. But now that she had been turned into a vampire by the embrace, she was no longer interested in the competition between the aristocratic families. Now she was only thinking about how to define the identity between a human and a vampire. Maybe 100 years or 100 years later, she would laugh off her troubles. But she had only been a vampire for a few months, so how could she let go of everything at once? She heard that the holder of the black card could find a mysterious place where he could buy anything he wanted. She wondered if he could buy back the identity of a human. Over the past few months, Elizabeth had spared no effort in teaching Zhong Luoyue many things about the vampire clan. This was basically what every vampire elder had to do for their descendants. Unfortunately, Zhong Luoyue's elder had died in the underground palace of the god of Gambler's Manor, so the responsibility of teaching naturally fell on Elizabeth. Thinking about becoming a human again, Zhong Luoyue couldn't help but feel discouraged, because Elizabeth had already said that it was possible for a human to become a vampire, but it was impossible for a vampire to become a human again. It was like a bird hatching from an egg. Once the bird hatched, it was impossible for it to turn back into an egg. At that moment, Elizabeth was taking out several bottles of different blood types from her basket. These were all rare blood types that Zhong Luoyue had secretly gathered from all over the country using his own wealth and influence. Not long after, Elizabeth came in front of Zhong Luoyue with a crystal cup. Zhong Luoyue, who was used to the smell of blood, resisted the instinctive display of vampire characteristics while slowly drinking the blood. For vampires, Zhong Luoyue was like a newborn baby who needed to be taken care of. Zhong Luoyue always felt like she was being breastfed. while Elizabeth would urge her to drink enough blood for 3 meals a day. The taste seems a little different today. After wiping the blood on her lips with a handkerchief, Zhong Luoyue felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes in her body. Elizabeth smiled and said, "Because from today onwards, you can drink mixed blood appropriately. This is a modulation method passed down among vampire clans, using 2 or more rare blood types to make it more similar to the effects of pure blood, and it can also reduce the toxicity of the rare blood types. The rare blood types that you ask people to find are of high purity, so before you complete the first transformation, you shouldn't need to use the first purification potion. Before the first transformation, the purification potion can maximize your body's potential. After the first transformation, you can at least become a noble. Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Then there was vampire nobility. Vampires who had just received the embrace could only be considered newborns. They could only become true vampires after the first transformation. However, most of them were just commoners among vampires. After the second transformation, they could become vampire nobles. If they could become nobility after the first transformation, they could be called the elites of vampire clans. Zhong Luoyue showed a sincere smile as she thought about the knowledge she had learned these days. It seemed that the emotional investment in Elizabeth was not in vain. But when you undergo the first transformation, it's best not to be here, Elizabeth suddenly said. Zhong Luoyue nodded. When she was still an ordinary person, she didn't feel anything, but recently she felt more and more restless. The entire capital was everywhere, as if there was an air pressuring her, making her feel uncomfortable all over, as if she had fallen into a swamp. This feeling was especially clear in the Zhong family's mansion, and it was only slightly better after she moved to Fragrant Hill Resort. According to what Elizabeth had said, there seemed to be a super-large magic circle under the capital that contained an abnormally terrifying power. This power was even more powerful than the ancient magic circle that she had once participated in during the sacred blood ceremony that was held every 10 years by the 13 vampire clans. Even the power contained in the ancient magic circle was incomparable to that of the sacred blood ceremony that was held every 10 years. As for the gigantic magic circle hidden under the capital, it seemed to have the functions of scouting, suppressing evil, and so on. Therefore, even though they were already hiding in Fragrant Hill Resort, they still couldn't help but relax a little on normal days and try to restrain the vampire power in their bodies. "I'm almost done with the arrangements." Zhong Luoyue held Elizabeth's hand and let her sit beside her. She whispered to her like a close friend, "We'll leave here in a few days. First, we'll go to the Aegean Sea, then directly to the UK." Elizabeth blinked. During this time, she gradually learned about Zhong Luoyue's family and knew that the Zhong family was one of the top families in the world. "But is it okay for you to leave like this?" Zhong Luoyue smiled and said, "I graduated from a school in the UK. This time, the reason is that I want to go back to my alma mater to have a look and make some investments there. Besides, there's another event. This time, it's my family's turn to host it. If I hold the event in the UK, no one can say anything." "What event?" Elizabeth asked curiously. Zhong Luoyue did not hide it, the World Gambling Competition. "Last time, the representative of my company won the championship. Therefore, according to the rules, this time my company will be the host." Although Elizabeth often reduced her consumption by sleeping, every time she woke up, she would learn about the outside world, especially about the god of gamblers, Tushini. After all, this was the key figure in the private production of True Blood by the Seven Families. "No wonder you want to go to Tushini." Elizabeth nodded. Before he retired, he was recognized as the god of gamblers. "It seems that you originally planned to win this gambling competition again." Zhong Luoyue said, "Tushini has retired and will not participate in any kind of competition. However, things like vows can be changed at any time. Plus, the place where Tushini retired happens to be the territory of one of my rivals. Even if I don't invite Tushini, she will invite him. Speaking of this, Zhong Luoyue shook her head. If she knew that this plan of inviting the god of gamblers would make her inhuman in the end, Zhong Luoyue would definitely not go. Although becoming a vampire would have far more physical strength than humans, she was not unaware of her own situation. What Elizabeth had told him about the size of the 13 clans was enough to make Zhong Luoyue feel that she was in danger. Even though she had become powerful in the eyes of humans, there were many vampires who were more powerful than her in the vampire clans. Yet such a powerful vampire still had to hide. This showed how fearful this powerful non-human clan was of humans. She did not want to be the young lady of the top family in the human world. Instead, she wanted to become a newborn vampire among the vampires and become a servant that a large number of adult vampires in the 13 clans could command. Why bother? Of course, she was unwilling. Now that it had become a foregone conclusion, she could only plan for her own future. As for Elizabeth, she could only be her guide in the beginning. After the initial stage, she had to consider whether it was worth continuing to invest in her. From the moment Elizabeth finished talking about her life, Zhong Luoyue knew that Elizabeth was probably only at the level of a child in the vampire world. Moreover, she was also outside the core of the 13 clans. At the same time, she was also very otaku. From the moment she was born until now, she spent most of her time in deep sleep. She had almost no friends in the vampire world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she fought alone. Your rival, is it the woman beside Brother Luochio? Zhong Luoyue was multitasking. She nodded while thinking about the future. Actually, speaking of rivals, it can't be defined like this. It's just that there are more or less some conflicts in the business field. She and I are about the same age and graduated from the same alma mater. Many times, people will compare us. Rather than saying that it's fate, it's more appropriate to say that it's an ill-fated relationship. Elizabeth obviously did not care about this. She just lowered her head and said rather shyly, "I see." Then, I don't know if Brother Luochio will come at that time. Her voice was very soft, like a whisper, but Zhong Luoyue could hear it. Since she heard it, she could not help but have a stomachache. In front of that powerful force, she always felt that she was a real baby. It's best not to. After the worship, Ren Xiling drove Lung Feng to the hotel where he was staying. That night, Sir Ma escaped from the painful hell of investigation and came to this small gathering with the pot-bellied Mrs. Ma. There were not many people, and they were all acquaintances. After Ma Haud and Lung Feng drank for a while, Ma Haud began to complain, causing Mrs. Ma to roll her eyes. After the meal, Ma Haud was already drunk. Mrs. Ma was pregnant and inconvenient, so Ren Xiling could only send the two of them home first. Then, she let Luochio accompany Lung Feng back to the hotel. She did not know if it was because the people who came from the army had a terrifying alcohol tolerance. After returning to the hotel, Lung Feng acted as if nothing had happened. He directly pulled Luochio to the hotel's gym and began to grind the treadmill vigorously. Lung Feng often led troops through cross-country physical training. He adjusted the speed of the treadmill to the advanced level and did not force it at all. Luochio calculated the time and difficulty. He did not increase the speed. When he was about to run, he naturally stopped and ran completely with his ability, which was defined as 5. 5! Not long after, he was sweating twice as much. "Kid, your stamina is not bad. You ran with me for so long. Only a recruit who trained for half a year can do this. I have to train more in the future." Luochio smiled slightly. Lung Feng was actually quite satisfied. He felt that although Luochio was a little bookish, he did not look like an idiot. He worked out well. "You go back first." Lung Feng wiped his sweat. "Just come over tomorrow. I have to meet an old friend later. It's not convenient for you to meet him." "Okay." Luochio nodded and did not ask who it was. Then he brought a glass of water for Lung Feng, said goodbye, and left the gym. After Luochio left, Lung Feng continued to run on the treadmill. Not long after, a man in his early 30s came onto the treadmill. He was wearing a suit, but he took off his suit and only wore a white shirt. He rolled up his sleeves and started running. About an hour later, Lung Fong stopped and said, unhappily, I ran for half an hour first. If you run for another half an hour, I'll count it as your win. The man on the treadmill turned off the treadmill and looked at Lung Fong with annoyance. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Lung Fong laughed out loud. The two of them went to a corner of the gym and sat down. There were not many people in a hotel gym like this. There were very few people around, so it was quiet. It was a good place for a conversation. How long will you be back this time? For 5 days, Lung Fong said casually. Oh, right. Did anyone look for you these few days? The man thought for a while and shook his head. Are you talking about the woman with the surname Ren that you asked me to look after last time? Lung Fong said seriously, that's my brother's widow. I only have one sister-in-law. I have a secret mission in a few days. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Anyway, you have nothing to do here. What do you mean, I have nothing to do? The man laughed bitterly. My brother went missing, and the old man at home is angry. I can't live in peace. Chapter 1245. Wang Yuechuan was a very famous person in the provincial police station. He was young and handsome, and he solved cases like a god, like a celebrity. Lung Fong frowned as he recalled Wang Yuechuan's information. What's going on? The man's name was Wang Yuegang. He was young, but he was already a regimental staff officer. Like Lung Fong, he was part of the army. Lung Fong met Wang Yuegang during a joint military exercise. They got along well, so he knew some things about Wang Yuegang's family. Lung Fong had never met Wang Yuechuan before. He only knew that he was Wang Yuegang's younger brother. However, he was not Wang Yuegang's biological son. He was adopted by Wang Yuegang's father because he was the descendant of an old friend. Wang Yuegang's face was grave. He ran away to avoid punishment. I still don't know what happened. Wang Yuegang gave Lung Fong a brief summary of the information he had gathered. After he came out of the morgue, a foreigner died. He escaped from arrest and even kidnapped his colleagues. Lung Fong sucked in a cold breath when he heard that. He subconsciously asked, Are you sure this is your younger brother and not an imposter? Wang Yuegang smiled bitterly. I think so too. Lung Fong asked, What did the police say? Lung Fong knew that this was not Wang Yuegang's responsibility. The army and the police were two different systems. If Wang Yuegang dared to interfere, he would be overstepping his authority. He could only ask about it, but he would definitely look into it. So far, we can't find him. Wang Yuegang frowned. After he escaped that night, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. However, I heard that he escaped toward Shangjiang. We speculated that he might have used this opportunity to escape to a few Southeast Asian countries. It's not easy to analyze. Lung Fong said, Your brother has a bright future. He wouldn't destroy himself. Have you thought about why? Maybe he has some difficulties? Wang Yuegang rubbed his forehead. I have the same thought. Usually, if there's nothing serious, there won't be betrayals. At first, I thought that there might be a reason behind it. Maybe there's a special mission. But from my father's reaction, I'm afraid that's not the case. Lung Fong did not know how to comfort the other party. No matter what, he was still a member of the Beijing police force, and there were many barriers between the regions. Furthermore, this was a police matter, so the most he could do was listen. Furthermore, when he returned this time, he would be participating in that secret project, so there was nothing he could do. But he couldn't bear to see his friend in such a difficult situation, so he frowned and said, How about this? I'll introduce you to someone. Maybe you can find out something. Oh, tell me quickly. Wang Yuegang's eyes lit up. Lung Fong smiled and said, It's the person you're taking care of, my sister-in-law. Wang Yuegang immediately frowned. However, he knew that Lung Fong was a man of his word, so he patiently waited for Lung Feng to explain. Lung Feng said, "Ren Xiling is a bit special. Even though she's just a reporter, she's very well connected in the underworld. She has some connections with an old gang in Xiangjiang." Wang Yuegang couldn't help but frown even deeper. Lung Feng said, "Not many people know about this, so don't spread it. But don't worry, she's not really a member of the gang. She's just related to the leader of the gang. Ren Xiling was an orphan since she was young. But for some reason, the leader of the gang in Xiangjiang sponsored a few children to complete their education in China. My sister-in-law is one of them." "There's such a strange thing?" Wang Yuegang was stunned. But when he thought about how vast China was and how anything could happen, he felt a little relieved. "Yeah, I was shocked too." Lung Feng recalled, "My brother's ex-wife died when he was young, and I only met her after she remarried. I attended the wedding too. According to my sister-in-law, she did send an invitation to Xiangjiang, but she didn't expect this great benefactor to come. But she's a great benefactor after all, so she had to be courteous. I didn't expect this great benefactor to really come. She drank too much at the banquet, and in a moment of happiness, she took her as her goddaughter. Later on, I found out that this great benefactor's ancestral home is here, but she traveled to Xiangjiang in her 70s and made a name for herself." Wang Yuegang couldn't help but smile bitterly. "No wonder you said she's doing well here." Lung Feng said, "Not really, but she'll still give some face to the person in Xiangjiang, so most people can't harass her. She never talks about this, but sometimes it's quite easy to ask someone in the gang to look for her. If your brother really wants to escape from Xiangjiang, ask the local tyrant. Maybe there'll be some news. As the saying goes, if you're not a ferocious dragon, you won't cross the river." Wang Yuegang knew this. He stared at Lung Feng for a while, then nodded. "Okay, introduce me to her next time. I'll remember this favor." Lung Feng smiled slowly. The plan he was going to participate in was quite mysterious. Even he didn't know how many dangers awaited him, so he had to make some preparations. If Ren Xiling really needed Wang Yuegang's help when she was in trouble in the future, Wang Yuegang might help her for the sake of his friendship with her. He might also observe the situation, but obviously he wouldn't be too concerned about it. However, if he owed her a favor, it would be another situation. After all, a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay, and this was the only thing Lung Feng could do for now. "Then I'll ask her out tomorrow to talk about this matter." Wang Yuegang nodded. After Wang Yuegang left, Lung Feng went back to his room, but before he opened the door, Lung Feng frowned. His action of opening the door slowed down a lot. After he opened the door, he didn't enter the room immediately. Instead, he took a few glances before he walked in step by step. At this moment, a strong wind came at him. Lung Feng didn't panic. He squatted down and dodged an elbow strike. He turned around and immediately counterattacked. After the two of them exchanged a few blows in the room, Lung Feng was punched in the chest. As for the attacker, he was kicked in the chest. His face was a little pale. Lung Feng finally saw the attacker's face. Clearly, he had an ordinary face. It was hard to notice him at first glance. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Lung Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. This was the spirit that was trained on the battlefield. "Since the airport in the capital, you've been following me, right?" "Major Lung, you're really good at martial arts." This ordinary-looking man suddenly put down his hand and smiled. "I'm here for a matter. I just want to cooperate with you on something." "Oh." Lung Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself first?" Lung Feng said as he walked towards the small bar in the room. He poured himself half a glass of whiskey and then found an ice cube. He put 2 pieces of ice in the glass. "You can call me Viper." Facing the ordinary-looking man, Viper put his hands behind his back. "I'm here on behalf of my boss." Viper. His mind quickly searched for information about this name. Suddenly, Lung Feng's heart skipped a beat. "I heard that 10 years ago, there's an expert of Shingy Fist in the middle of Shu who escaped after killing someone. 3 years ago, Viper appeared in the capital and joined the Zhao family in the capital. You're that Viper? Viper smiled faintly. Major Lung is really smart. Lung Feng said casually, there are too many rich and noble families in the capital. It's not like I don't know how they died. However, I don't have much contact with the Zhao family in the capital. I don't know anyone from the Zhao family. I really don't understand why your boss needs to look for a small soldier like me. Viper waved his hand and said, Major Lung, don't be so humble. Being able to become a major at your age means that you have a bright future ahead of you. In a few years, you might be able to rise to the top. Lung Feng sneered. You haven't told me why you're looking for me. Viper was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, I heard that Major Lung is going to participate in a secret plan, and this plan is to select the elites from the entire country's military. A murderous glint flashed across Lung Feng's eyes. Viper acted as though he did not see it and continued, My boss hopes that Major Lung can help. If you can tell him the details of the plan after you participate in it, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Lung Feng snorted. Since you know about this plan, you should know that this is a secret document from the chief, right? The Zhao family in the capital. Isn't this a little too much? Viper looked at Lung Feng and said, Major Lung, you just have to answer me. Are you going to cooperate or not? Lung Feng said you can leave. I can pretend that I don't know about this. I don't care who you find, but don't mess with me. Lung Feng had a lot of things to consider. Since the people from the Zhao family in Beijing were able to find him, they must have some understanding of the contents of the document. Therefore, it was not strange for them to see him on the selection list. However, this also proved that the Zhao family had indeed extended their influence into the military, and they had extended their influence deep enough. Now that he had been found, Lung Feng believed that the Zhao family had started to interact with many of the people on the list. Lung Feng had no idea how many of them would succumb to the temptation of the Zhao family, but he couldn't control every single one of them. This was a serious matter. He needed to contact the leaders in the military immediately to report it. A small military officer like him had no right to interfere in the fight between the rich and powerful. Lung Feng had started to lead the military in recent years. He had cultivated his character and studied in the military university. Otherwise, if he was as hot-blooded as he was in the past, he might not have ended up like this tonight. Major Lung, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Viper's gaze suddenly turned cold. The Zhao family will not mistreat you. Of course, I don't want any trouble. Since I've already told you about this, I don't want you to refuse. Lung Feng raised his eyebrows and sneered. What if I don't agree? Viper said calmly, Major Lung went back home to visit your family. Unfortunately, you met with a mishap on the way. It's really a pity. Lung Feng's gaze turned serious. He exuded the aura of a cheetah and shouted coldly, How dare you murder a major? Viper did not reply. Attacking was his best response. He sneered and flipped his palm. A dagger appeared out of nowhere like magic. He held it in a reverse grip and attacked directly. Lung Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The martial arts that he had learned all these years were not for nothing. He immediately threw a punch. In the room, Viper dodged left and right. His movements were nimble and his attacks were vicious. Lung Feng countered each attack, but he could not block the tricky angles of Viper's dagger. He became more and more worried. Viper was famous for his Shingy Fist. He had not used his full strength yet, but Lung Feng felt that he could not handle it. As expected of a soldier who has been through life and death situations, Viper retreated. Major Lung, if you had learned martial arts from a young age, you would have surpassed me by now. However, the little Shingy Fist of the army is still not enough. Lung Feng snorted and sucked in a deep breath. There was a palm-sized wound on his arm that was dripping with blood. Viper threw the dagger away and stood with one foot in front and one back. He punched with his front hand and elbowed with his back. Lung Feng sucked in a breath of air and focused all his energy. Viper took 2 quick steps forward and threw a punch. Lung Feng instinctively blocked it with his elbow. Unexpectedly, he felt a sharp pain as if the bones in his arm were about to break. The excruciating pain made him lose focus for a moment. After Viper threw a punch, his second punch went straight for Lung Feng's chest. With Viper's strength, if this punch landed, Lung Feng's sternum would probably break. He did not have time to dodge. Viper's attack speed was not something a normal person could achieve. Lung Feng learned martial arts in the army and vaguely heard that there was a martial art passed down from ancient times. After mastering it, one could coordinate all the strength in one's body and even unleash the so-called force. Could this Viper really be a descendant of ancient martial arts? He did not have time to think about it. This tricky punch had already landed on Lung Feng's chest. Crack! Lung Feng could hear the sound of bones breaking clearly. However, it was not his sternum, but Viper's wrist. At this moment, Viper's punch was like hitting a steel plate. Not only was it unable to penetrate, it was completely broken. Ah! Iron mantle. Viper's expression changed drastically. His punch had landed on Lung Feng's chest. Not only did he not succeed, he was also crippled. How could he not be frightened by the pain and fear? Lung Feng shuddered. He did not know what force was, so he could only twist his waist and throw a punch with all his strength, landing directly on Viper's chest. This punch was so powerful that Viper, who was in a daze due to the shock and the recoil just now, did not have time to circulate his chi to defend himself. This punch landed squarely on Viper's chest. Viper was sent flying by this punch. He retreated continuously before finally stabilizing himself. However, he licked his throat and resisted the urge to spit out the congested blood in his body. At this moment, his combat strength had decreased to less than 30%. However, Lung Feng was trained in military combat. How could he miss this opportunity? He attacked again. Viper knew that tonight's mission had failed. Lung Feng's momentum was high, while his own was low. His spirit was damaged, so he could only choose to retreat. Viper lifted the tablecloth beside him and rammed into Lung Feng. Then he dashed out of the door. Lung Feng gritted his teeth and chased after him. However, he did not know where Viper had gone in the end. He could not help but feel frustrated. However, he lowered his head and looked at his chest, puzzled. Chapter 1246. It was late into the night when Lung Feng finally finished treating his wound. The wound on his arm did not reach his bone, which was a blessing. As for the arm that blocked Viper's punch, it was completely red and swollen, but it was not obvious because he wore a long shirt. It was painful in the beginning, but after getting used to it, it did not affect his daily movements. As a veteran, he could still endure the pain. However, Lung Feng kept thinking about what happened tonight. Viper's escape was a complete accident. With the strength he displayed, he was confident that he could kill Lung Feng. Viper had made a name for himself more than 10 years ago. He was one of the people who had truly learned the ancient martial arts. He also had an extremely terrifying dagger assassination skill. He had come prepared and recharged his energy. As for Lung Feng, he had been drinking all night and grinding on the treadmill in the gym for more than an hour. He had used up a lot of energy. Therefore, when Viper attacked, it could be said that he was riding on the dragon's face. How could he lose? However, for some reason, his last punch broke Viper's wrist, greatly reducing Viper's strength. That was why Lung Feng had the chance to turn the tables. However, it did not mean that Viper would not appear again. Since he dared to say that the Zhao family was behind this, he must have been prepared to kill Lung Feng if Lung Feng did not agree. Lung Feng did not know the relationship between the higher-ups and the Zhao family. It was not difficult to find out why he returned to his hometown. Anyone with some position could find out. The difficult part was finding out that Lung Feng was on the list for the secret mission. There were too many things to consider, especially this kind of power struggle. Lung Feng boasted that he never took advantage of anyone. However, he could not resist the power of the nobles behind the scenes. The game between the officials and the nobles was much more dangerous than a normal fight. In the end, Lung Feng did not choose to report what happened tonight. He was not sure how many people in the army were on his side. He also did not know how many people in the higher-ups had been infiltrated. If he was alone, he would definitely not let it go. However, he had a family a few years ago. After having a child, his anger was restrained. After I join the secret mission, the organization will arrange for my family to live in a special, protected area. Maybe I can do something after that. What I need to do now is to guard against Viper's next attack. However, Viper's hands were quite heavy tonight. It was obvious that he would not make another move for the next 2 to 3 days. The next time he would make a move would probably be after he returned to the capital, before he participated in that secret plan. Lung Feng then thought of his wife and child who were living in Beijing. He made a phone call in the middle of the night and asked his wife and child to find a reason to stay at their old classmate's house for a few days. His wife's old classmate's father was a veteran in the army, so the Zhao family wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After that, Lung Feng sent a message to Ren Xiling, telling her that they were going to meet the next day. Finally, he lay back on his bed, but he didn't fall asleep. While Lung Feng was thinking about how to deal with this situation, Luoqiu had returned home. Nanny Rin sent Ma Haod and his wife home. She had just returned and was taking a bath. Furthermore, she was hollering with her terrible singing voice. Luoqiu poured himself a cup of cold water and slowly drank it. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Nan Xiaonan. Luoqiu didn't let Nan Xiaonan into the room. The two of them went to the living room. Nan Xiaonan obediently took out a USB drive with both hands, then solemnly placed it in front of Luoqiu. "I've already written it." I didn't want to trouble Mr. Luo for too long." Nan Xiaonan's expression was calm, but her cheeks looked a little thin. She looked like she was malnourished, so naturally, her complexion was even worse. "Thank you for your hard work." Luoqiu smiled slightly and casually snapped his fingers. "Thank you." Nan Xiaonan's face lit up slightly. She suddenly felt that her spirit was much better, and her physical strength was completely recovered. She no longer looked like a human jerk and looked a lot better. But that was it. Her strength unit didn't improve at all. The recovery of the strength unit still depended on her own cultivation in the future. Nan Xiaonan had special means of digestion and conversion of heat. Luoqiu's snap only saved her a few days of trouble. "Mr. Luo, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room." Nan Xiaonan was very sensible. "I'll tell Miss Rin tomorrow morning and move back." Luoqiu nodded and didn't mean to keep the guest. "I'll look at this information first. If there's something I don't understand, can I ask you for advice?" "I don't dare to ask." Nan Xiaonan quickly waved her hand and said, "I'll tell you everything I know." If Luoqiu really asked, Nan Xiaonan would definitely answer very carefully. There were some small thoughts here. She knew that Luoqiu was a person who could casually rub the subworld's rules. If Luoqiu was really interested in this star creation technique and was even willing to officially add it to this subworld, Nan Xiaonan could even directly skip the time to analyze the world's rules. This was probably able to save decades, or even more time. She was naturally very willing. Only when the star creation technique was completely recognized by the world's will and obtained an identity that cooperated with the world's rules, she could completely release the power of the star creation technique. After that, Nan Xiaonan decisively returned to the room and didn't deliberately say anything. She was very well behaved. Luoqiu liked this way of getting along. After picking up the USB flash drive on the table and taking a look, he didn't rush to look at it immediately. Instead, he reached out and grabbed a sheepskin scroll out of thin air. Some information about the Zhao family in the capital was written on it. Luocho looked at it while walking back to his room. When he passed by the bathroom door, he knocked on the door. Nanny Rin, who was screaming and singing inside, immediately shut up. Then Luocho entered the room and began to carefully read the Zhao family's information scroll. The Zhao family was a wealthy family of the same level as the Zhong family in the capital. Together with the other two, they were privately known as the four great families of the capital. They were mainly involved in the fields of medicine, biology, and new energy. In the 1920s and 1930s, the Zhao family prospered in the Putian area of Minnan. Later, when the flames of war spread, the Zhao family's head raised his arm and called for many doctors in the Putian area to join the Red Tide. After the establishment of the new country, they gradually expanded, not to mention the four great families of the capital. Many of the wealthy families in some places developed after the war. Luocho wasn't very interested in the history of these wealthy families. He was only curious about the bloodline of the Zhao family. The ancestor of the Zhao family was actually the bloodline of the Song emperor of the Song dynasty. However, unlike the Song family who changed their surname and buried their name, the Zhao family had always considered themselves as the orthodox. In this way, the ancestor of the Zhao family and the ancestor of the Song family were the descendants of the same family. Well, in the morning, Ren Xiling brushed her teeth messily in the bathroom. Her hair was like a chicken's feathers. Nan Xiaonan, who had already packed up early, walked out with her luggage at this time. "Sister Ren, thank you for taking me in these 2 days." Ren Xiling was stunned. After spitting out a mouthful of water to rinse her mouth, she quickly asked, "Are you going to leave? Aren't you living well?" In fact, Ren Mama suddenly had an idea these 2 days. It was actually not bad to let Nan Xiaonan continue to live here. Without it, her precious son would officially go abroad to study in half a month. She was the only one left at home for a long time. It was cold and lonely, so it was better to find someone to accompany her. "It's not a good idea to trouble you all the time." Nan Xiaonan smiled slightly. Ren Mama said, "But what if you are harassed?" Nan Xiaonan had already thought of a countermeasure. "I applied for a public dormitory and it has been approved. The neighbors are all policemen, so that person shouldn't dare to come again." Ren Xiling nodded and said readily, "Okay, if you can't find someone to help you with something, you can discuss it with me at any time. Wait for me for a while. It's inconvenient for you to carry your luggage. I will send you to work later. The police station is not far from where I work." Okay. Nan Xiaonan did not refuse this time. She came to the living room and waited for Ren Xiling to get dressed and go out, but she did not see Luocho. She only saw breakfast on the table and a note. The breakfast was bought and packed in a box, and there was also a share for her. In addition, there was a gift box next to it. There was also a note on it which was also for Nan Xiaonan. "Lady Nan, thank you for your technique. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you like it." When Nan Xiaonan opened the box, she found 6 exquisite jars inside. Nan Xiaonan realized what was inside. These things, in her distant memories, were all things that could be seen everywhere, even to the point of being worthless. But now, to her, they were like priceless treasures. These were the special condiments and jams of her childhood hometown. Money could not buy them, nor could time. These were things that had been destroyed and could not be replaced. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath and slowly calmed herself down. Then, she carefully put the gifts into the suitcase. She thought that it would take a long time to eat these. Early in the morning, Lun Feng brought Wang Yuegang to the lobby of the hotel and then went to the place where he and Ren Xiling had agreed to meet. Old Ren was different now. He was the CEO of the magazine, so he waved his hand and asked someone to clean up the guest room. He was very proud of himself in front of Dumbo. Strange things happen every year, but there are a lot of them this year. This was Lun Feng's evaluation. He knew Ren Xiling's personality very well. In his words, she was a good soldier, a soldier who could charge into battle, but definitely not someone who could be a leader. Nanny Ren was no doubt shocked. Even the coffee that she asked someone to bring to Lung Feng was cold. "Tell me, why did you bring this, Mr. Wang, here to find me?" Nanny Ren held a cup of longan and red date tea and slowly drank it. At the same time, she looked at Wang Yuegang, who was beside Lung Feng. She remembered this name. Before she left Mount Tai, Lung Feng gave her a number with this man's name written on it. Although she did not plan to look for Wang Yuegang, Nanny Ren was a gossipy person. When she came back, she investigated Wang Yuegang's identity. A 30-year-old combat staff officer at the regimental level. This was not a small military rank. This time, she was looking for someone through her connections. Wang Yuegang could not speak directly, so she asked Lung Feng to do it. Lung Feng smiled and said, "It's like this. I want you to look for someone in Xiangjiang. This person might still be hiding in Xiangjiang or Oman. He might have sneaked into Southeast Asia through the waterway. I know you know some people." Ren Xiling almost choked. She looked at Lung Feng strangely and said, "Dumbo, you won't even let go of my connections." But Ren Xiling had already understood Lung Feng's real intention. Ever since her husband passed away a few years ago, his brothers and sisters really spared no effort to make connections with her, as if they were afraid that she would be wronged. Nanny Ren's heart was naturally warm. "Miss Ren, if you can help me with this, I will remember this favor." Wang Yuegang said at this time. Ren Xiling rubbed her forehead and said, "To tell you the truth, I definitely like to earn favors, but I can't earn all kinds of favors. To be honest, Lung Feng said that I might not be able to use my connections. After all, I have only met him a few times. During the New Year, I would call him 1 or 2 times, but we have only met a few times. But after all, that person was her benefactor who helped her finish her studies. That person in Xiangjiang might not care much about it, and the money he gave her was just a drop in the ocean. He might just treat it as doing a good deed, but Ren Xiling would not forget. It was not true to say that they did not have much contact, but they really did not meet much. The last time they met was 2 years ago, when that benefactor went to his hometown to worship his ancestors. Ren Xiling just met him in a hurry. "This is my good brother. Do me a favor." Lung Feng said sincerely, "I will try, but it's best not to have too much hope." Ren Xiling gritted her teeth and said, "That benefactor of mine has not been in charge for a long time. He has washed his hands of the golden plate." Naturally, Lung Feng and Wang Yuegang knew what washing their hands of the golden plate meant to the leader of a time-honored society in Xiangjiang. However, it was not difficult for the elders of the society to ask their subordinates to look for someone. The key was this connection. "Mr. Wang, can you give me the information of the person you are looking for first?" Ren Xiling continued. Wang Yuegang hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had already prepared the information when he came here, but the person they were looking for was Wang Yuechuan, who was already a wanted criminal. He could not just hand it over like that. With this woman's intelligence, she would be able to guess a lot of things just by looking at the name. Xiling will not speak carelessly. "Don't worry," Lung Feng said calmly. "Then I will leave it to you, Miss Ren." Wang Yuegang handed over the information. Ren Xiling casually flipped open the document and saw a photo attached to it. Looking at Wang Yuechuan's appearance in the photo, Ren Xiling frowned subconsciously. She felt that she had seen this person somewhere before. Ren Xiling was very careless in her daily life, but she had a good memory. This was the basic quality of a reporter. After thinking carefully, Ren Xiling was sure that she had seen this person in the photo before. It should be caused by the suicide of a cram school student last year. The person was sent by the provincial government to investigate. Ren Xiling went to the police station to inquire about it and saw him in a hurry. "I remember this person. He seems to be a wanted criminal." Ren Xiling frowned and looked at Wang Yuegang. "What's your relationship with him?" "He is my younger brother." Wang Yuegang told her the truth. "Okay." Ren Xiling did not hesitate too much. She only trusted Lung Feng. I will give you an answer by tonight at the latest. After the two left, Ren Xiling went back to her office and knocked her head with a ballpoint pen. After a while, she picked up the phone resolutely. It was not an authentic Cantonese accent. Hello, Master Xiling? You're related to me, Xiling. You're related to me. I'm really related to you. Thank you for your concern. Master Qi, where are you? Master Xiling, are you busy? Did I disturb you? Of course not. I am drinking my morning tea with my uncles. You don't come to me for no reason. Why did you ask for my help? Chapter 1247. Hong Kong, Wanggo, a private lounge. Several young men in black suits were guarding an old man. They didn't get too close because they knew that the old man didn't like people around him to hear anything when he was talking on the phone. There were 3 floors in the lounge, and this was the highest floor. At this moment, a man with a 3-inch scar on his face frowned and walked up the stairs. Seeing that the old man was still talking on the phone, he looked at the young men. The youths respectfully called out at the same time, "Brother Jian!" The middle-aged man, Brother Jian, nodded. "Seventh uncle, did you finish the call?" The young men shook their heads. Brother Jian frowned, but still patiently waited by the stairs. After a long while, the old man called seventh uncle slowly turned around. "Okay, you're sending? Persimmon Limited Lot?" Seeing that seventh uncle finally hung up the phone, Brother Jian quickened his pace and walked to the front of seventh uncle. Seventh uncle directly said, Jian, help me scrape a person. I'll wait for you for the information." Brother Jian was stunned and thought for a while. "Seventh uncle, what does it have to do with me?" Seventh uncle shook his head. "Oh, it has to do with my mainland. Di, a person." Chi knew. Brother Jian opened his mouth. He had been following seventh uncle for a while and knew that he had a child, but he didn't know that he had a goddaughter outside, let alone in the country. Seventh uncle smiled casually. "It's almost 20 years ago. Lu Bing 9, Pai Huilu Lui, Pai Luoi, Ba Yi, Li Shang Li Yuan. 2S Chiao, Li changed to stop, Cao Dao, Panji sword, Di Chang Dao Gaga, Yuan Yong Di, Fu, Gumi Xia Lui Di, Shi, cupping one's hands in front of Li Shang, unforgivable. Gui Jun, worldly affairs. S, you're right. Believe it's good. Oh, believe it's good too. Me will take it as doing good deeds and accumulating good karma. Li Sheng, Isi Yao, Mian de Mian by Jun Ling Mi Shua, Dizzy, Rong Zhan by Gao. Oh, Fu Gumi type, Yao, Haunting Ruby Ji, Hunched, Mei Bo, Shao Kai, oh, Lemiferous Sijin. Brother Jian sneered and said, "The 6 Nations Grand Ministers, if they don't show up and have a dozen or so messengers watch them closely, it would be like a Dutch brat beheading someone." This season's Dutch boy is the most popular. Seventh uncle said with a smile that was not a smile, "He's not even eating. How would he know how to show filial piety to me? Yong Miao Ku? How could a man be too far away from his wife?" Brother Jian said, "Dutchmen and by 2 Kuan are vying for the position of leader. 7 countries outside. Huyao, Mei Fu Sun Xian Ningyu, shameful. Jin Dan, Zi Fong Da, Jin Qian, bad boy dipped shirt. You clearly think you're transparent, so you want me." Brother Jian made a throat-slitting gesture. "What good is it for me to insult Zhudanzai?" Seventh uncle shook his head. "How many years? Xiang, black flames and H constriction, cave island shirt armor Xing Deng Fenhong, Jitaluo, what, offering a sacrifice to the spring festival? What, Xing Xing E air she shrug? She, what, creak and curl? By June, but the system, how do I know about you? Lie, return, Shirasini, Balon, cataract disease. Forcing Pang Pang Jissy to flatter her? Ao. Close. How much is Yi Wei Zi Fong Ju worth? Retreating in exhaustion? Paging? Yi Jiming and Li Huan? Diseased? What? Shirafubo? Qi? Zifang? Clothes? Plague of lousy? Ash? Gong 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 gong? The giant serpent's humiliation treatment? K. I know what to do. Brother Jian nodded his head. Then he looked at the staircase and suddenly sat down. He moved closer to seventh uncle and whispered, Sui, Barbral, Lu Jun, why don't you tell me about it? Seventh uncle's eyes narrowed. Brother Jian said in a low voice, Xingzi already has a candidate in mind. This time we're planning to use King Shao. You old fox, seventh uncle snorted. Do you think that just because you don't have any left distance, I won't be able to weigh you? Brother Jian said helplessly, but if we don't have Xingzi's support, it'll be hard for us to get the right to participate in the competition. Seventh uncle said indifferently, You don't have to worry. I've already set up a backup plan. Next month, you bring King Shao to Malaysia. I'll go with Guobian. A certain Mimi will represent Guobian in the competition this time. Nadishi? L. Not Ao I Shao Dishi? Dishi? Hua? Ben Bianshi? Wanwada Mei? Bianyong? Hua? Okay. Brother Jian nodded. Seventh uncle squinted his eyes and said, Let's eat porridge and eat. Let's watch this time. In the office, Zhong Luoqin was reading the report of the recent events in the family. Ever since he saw Transcendence, his focus was no longer on the whirlpool of power in the family, but he was unable to extricate himself from this whirlpool for the time being, especially since the old master miraculously got better last year and gave Zhong Luoqin a huge sum of money. There were more voices in the family, and they were all people close to his elder brother, Zhong Luoyin. But no matter how many voices there were in the family, old Master Zhong would not do anything in these few years. But the reason was only known by Zhong Luoqin, old Master Zhong, and grandfather Luo. But third sister's recent actions are a little strange. Zhong Luoqin carefully read the information in his hands. Since the end of the new year, Zhong Luoyue's Four Seasons group had a lot of changes in personnel, and some of them were even the higher-ups of the group. These people were transferred to other departments, and then some new people were supported. Even Zhong Luoqin knew that most of these new people were his elder brother Zhong Luoyin's men, and there were even some who were in Zhong Luoqin's own team. This made Zhong Luoqin feel strange. The business and relationships in the family were complicated and intertwined. Although Zhong Luoyue had always been the leader of the Four Seasons group, she and her elder brother Zhong Luoyin also held shares in the group. Similarly, Zhong Luoyue and Zhong Luoyun also held shares in the business under Zhong Luoqin's name. What puzzled Zhong Luoqin was that Zhong Luoyue's actions seemed to be cutting off her own arm. She did not strengthen her own control, but instead used her elder brother and her own team. What was this operation? Medical company. The report included a project that Zhong Luoyue was about to invest in England. Zhong Luoqin really did not understand why his third sister was suddenly interested in the medical field. Zhong Luoyue's series of abnormal actions made Zhong Luoqin, who was far away from the capital, feel vaguely uneasy. Since he stepped into the world of transcendence, Zhong Luoqin had long lost interest in the fight for the family's fame and fortune, or in other words, defeating his elder brother and his third sister, and finally becoming the new helmsman of the Zhong family, did not arouse his interest at all. Zhong Luoqin knew that this must be related to the deal he had made, but he had to admit that this kind of fight among the rich and powerful families was far inferior to the power that could control life and death, especially when the research lab made some achievements and found a child with superpowers. Zhong Luoqin felt that he had found his direction. His heart, which could not withstand the waves of things, suddenly began to beat. He only kept the sense of achievement, but in front of the identity, status, and wealth of the second young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Luoqin suddenly found that keeping the sense of achievement seemed to be a mistake. Anything could be easily done. and he even found it difficult to find any achievement that could satisfy him. While he was pondering, the office door was knocked. Chung Yun walked in quickly, with an unnatural expression. Zhong Luochen casually closed the file in his hand, remaining calm and collected. Chung Yun came forward, looking like he wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. He sighed and said, "Second young master, the gift you asked me to send was returned by Miss Samo." She also said, "What did she say?" Zhong Luochen's face was still expressionless. Cheng Yun glanced at him. His second young master had always been very well-mannered, and he had never seen Zhong Luochen flustered and exasperated. "She said that you have finished the course." Cheng Yun paused, glancing at his boss's expression, and then continued, "She doesn't want to teach you anymore, so don't go there again." "Got it." Zhong Luochen nodded. Cheng Yun said with some dissatisfaction, "Second young master, this Miss Amo is too unappreciative. Think about it, there are so many women in the capital who are willing to die for you, but she didn't even look at you. So," Zhong Luochen glanced at Cheng Yun with a faint smile, "what are you going to do?" "I don't intend to do anything." Cheng Yun was startled, knowing that his second young master never liked to use tricks to capture women. So he quickly said, "I just feel sorry for you." Zhong Luochen said indifferently, "Since the gift has been returned, then return it. Go find the landlord of Miss Mo's classroom and see if you can buy the house. Next month, find a reason to reduce the rent by 30%. Qingyan opened his mouth, but finally nodded. As a golden henchman, he didn't need to question his boss's decision, as long as he carried it out seriously. "Go downstairs and tell Master 20, for that I'll go downstairs later." "Okay, I'll go now." After Chang Yin pushed the door open, Zhong Luochen moved his chair back, opened the drawer, and took out a box. Inside the box was a sapphire necklace. "Mr. Zhong, you are a good person, but I don't like you." Not long ago, Zhong Luochen had confessed his love, but received a very cold reply. The second young master of the Zhong family didn't suffer a big blow, because he understood one thing. He treated his love as an asset, using it to buy 5 years of his grandfather's life. It didn't mean that from now on he wouldn't have feelings such as love or liking, but he couldn't get love or liking in return. He could love someone, but he could never get the other party to love him back. He couldn't get love. Zhong Luochen sighed, because he had sold a lot of things. Even this kind of pain was hidden in the area where only the sense of achievement was left. He shook his head, put the box back into the drawer, tidied up his clothes, took the elevator, and went downstairs. Soon he met with 24. Zhong Luochen no longer doubted 24's ability. Just the mystical crow on 24's shoulder was enough to make Zhong Luochen's subordinates, who were known as martial arts grandmasters, suffer a lot. In the entire superpower research lab, Zhong Luochen was the only one who wasn't afraid or nervous in front of 24. Surprisingly, 24, who had strength, wasn't difficult to get along with. He didn't even have a temper. His only shortcoming might be laziness. Moreover, it was contagious laziness. Every time Zhong Luochen met 24, he felt as if he was going to rot. "The smell on your body has become lighter today." Just as he entered, Zhong Luochen heard 24 say something with unknown meaning. Zhong Luochen furrowed his brows. The 24 Club would say some strange things without any care and would never give much explanation. His gaze swept across the crow beside 24 before he sat down. "Sir, I have found the blood of 66 18-year-old virgins that you asked me to find. I don't know when it would be appropriate to send it over." "In a few days." 24 yawned. "Recently I have been attacking the rules of this world, so my mind isn't enough. World rules." Zhong Luochen keenly caught some mysterious things. However, he suppressed the curiosity in his heart and just sat there quietly, accompanying 24 in a daze. 24 just sat there with his back bowed. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked like an empty shell. Time passed little by little. About an hour later, 24 suddenly shook his head and muttered, "It's really difficult. Is it really so difficult to get an official identity? Idiot 24! Idiot 24! 24 raised his hand and grabbed the crow. Then he threw it against the wall. The crow was squashed into a lump of mud and slowly slid down the wall. Zhong Luoqin had seen this scene several times. Every time he felt it was very magical. 24 shook his head. After yawning, he looked at Zhong Luoqin and said, "Boss, I ate your food for a few days and you helped me find something. Tell me, how many people do you want me to kill?" Zhong Luoqin smiled and said, "Does sir only know how to kill people?" 24 said weakly, "I can make people unlucky." Zhong Luoqin suddenly said, "What if I want sir to teach me?" 24 raised his head. After a while he said, "You won't be able to learn it. My curse technique is a soul talent. That's why I can barely use it. Your world doesn't have this." "Our world?" Zhong Luoqin frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Sir, you came from another world?" 0179. What do you mean? Zhong Luoqin frowned again. 24 shook his head disinterestedly. "You don't have anything worth telling you. When will it be worth it?" 24 said with a strange smile, "I used to be a state teacher at the very least. Are you a king?" Zhong Luoqin lowered his head. It was unknown what he was thinking. However, 24 suddenly laughed again. "Although you can't learn it now, it doesn't mean you can't learn it in the future. However, you will need to take some risks." Zhong Luoqin listened seriously. 24 narrowed his eyes and said, "I can modify your soul. However, if the modification fails, you will die immediately. Boss, do you dare?" Chapter 1248. Whether it was the ceiling or the four walls, they were all painted black in the room. 24 was once again in a daze. Zhong Luoqin did not speak. He even closed his eyes. This was the skill of meditating. He learned it from a Chinese scholar in his early years. However, at that time, it was not to obtain extraordinary power, but to cultivate his mind. Zhong Luoqin had always felt that his family background only gave him a relatively high starting point. If he was unable to digest all the advantages brought by this starting point, a child of a wealthy family like him would easily fall from the high platform. Once he fell, he would be smashed to pieces. He still couldn't achieve the state of meditating for an entire day, but he was still able to calm his chaotic thoughts, and because he had already stripped too many emotions from his heart, he was able to do it even better than before. Finally, Zhong Luoqin opened his eyes. 24 failed again and again. He turned around, or maybe he felt Zhong Luoqin's current state. Do people really have souls? Zhong Luoqin's voice was filled with curiosity. What is a soul? A part of the body? Or is it simply the activity of the brain's neurons? 24 pondered for a moment. He was quite surprised by Zhong Luoqin's question. He slowly said, "There are many theories about the soul. Different people have different perceptions. Even I have not completely understood the mystery of the soul. Completely knowing all the secrets of the soul is already at the level of the Creator." "Mr. 24, you don't know?" Zhong Luoqin frowned. 24 said indifferently, "I am just saying that everyone has different perceptions. Some people think that the soul is a thought. Some people think that the soul is a mark. Some even think that the soul is a part of the will of the world. I am more inclined to this view." Zhong Luoqin said, "Then tell me about the view that Mr. is inclined to." 24 thought for a while and said, "I have been to a world that has already become a ruin. They walked a path called science. In this world, they created a new will of the world." Zhong Luoqin listened quietly. He did not intend to interrupt. He just memorized every word. They made a machine. In an instant, everyone's thoughts were gathered together to form a huge consciousness. In the instant that consciousness was born, it almost possessed the ability of a creator, not at all inferior to world wills. and the two wills even began to engage in the most primitive of slaughter, ultimately destroying the entire civilization. In the end, the will of the world defeated the collective consciousness and swallowed it. 24 was silent for a long time. The will of the world that has devoured the collective consciousness is unprecedentedly powerful, and its exclusivity is unprecedentedly strong. For explorers like us, it is an absolute forbidden zone. Explorers were forbidden areas. Zhong Luoqin still remembered this. Even though the will of the world has become unprecedentedly powerful, I have a feeling that this is its original state. 24 muttered, I have been spying on this ruined world through the cracks until a new civilization began to appear in this world. Humans began to appear, and the will of the world began to weaken. As the humans continued to reproduce, the will of the world finally returned to the level before it fought with the collective consciousness. Zhong Luoqin grasped the key point. Mr. 24, are you saying that the will of the world split itself, cultivated a civilization, and finally swallowed it back? 24 yawned and said, I didn't say that. In the end, this is just a guess that hasn't been proven yet. After all, I have only encountered this situation once, and there is no way to use it as a reference. Zhong Luoqin pondered and said, according to what you said, the soul is equivalent to human consciousness, or just a part of it. 24 smiled and said, but if this is the point of view, it is equivalent to saying that whether it is extraordinary power or scientific power, the source comes from the will of the world. Do you think it is contradictory? It already exists before it has developed, and no matter how it develops, it will only reach the level that it should have. Zhong Luoqin's brows furrowed deeper, and he seemed to be talking to himself. It feels like a predetermined script, and then it is rehearsed again and again. Is it to verify something or to observe something? 24 suddenly looked at Zhong Luoqin deeply for a while, and then lowered his eyelids slightly, as if he was extremely sleepy, but his heart was far from being so calm. He was very clear about Zhong Luoqin's state. He was just a normal person, and a normal person with a missing soul. But such a normal person with a missing soul was actually able to deduce a problem that he had been pondering over for a long time from his words. Of course, there must be something that he discovered as inspiration, but to be able to understand the contradiction in an extremely short period of time and go straight to the core of the problem was already a great achievement for a mortal. Suddenly, Zhong Luoqin asked, Sir, is the so-called soul modification technology based on this point of view? 24's drooping eyelids opened slightly. Why do you say so? Zhong Luoqin seemed to be in a state of answering his own question. Assuming that human beings have already received part of the power from the so-called will of the world from the beginning, then theoretically, everyone has the possibility of using this power. You said that your spell is the talent of your soul, and others can't learn it. But you also said that I can obtain this power through soul modification. Since it is a talent, it is naturally unique, but it can be obtained through soul modification, which means that everyone has the so-called talent. Some are dominant, some are recessive, and the talents can be different, but they can be adjusted through the means of soul modification. The adjustment becomes dominant, and the adjustment behavior is similar. But the premise of all this is that the core of everyone's soul is at least similar or common. Similar, common, and can be reversed to show that they come from the same source. He always felt that his old foundation would be easily taken away by this new boss. Are the people in this subworld so smart? So you think that the risk of soul modification is actually very small, and that I am just being perfunctory, right? 24 smiled faintly. Zhong Luoqin shook his head. This is just my guess, and these guesses came from the information you revealed. I am not conceited enough to think that I am the one who is always right, but I hope that I can test it. Oh! Zhong Luoqin looked at 24, and an idea came to his mind. He said indifferently, Since Sir can modify the soul, then why don't you test it? I can find a test subject for you. 24 showed an interesting smile. Wait until enough test subjects come out, and after the success rate is guaranteed, then you plan to do it yourself. Boss, I found that you are actually a born, cold-blooded person. Zhong Luochen said slowly, I will prepare the candidates. Then, I will not disturb Sir's rest. Zhong Luochen left very decisively. When the door of the room closed and the room fell into darkness, 24's voice slowly sounded. This soul is so good, who is so wicked to cut it? After coming out from Ren Xialing's magazine office, Lung Feng and Wang Yuegang exchanged a few words before parting ways. The main purpose of Lung Feng's return this time was to meet his old friends and old leaders. Therefore, Lung Feng went to visit a few more families. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, Lung Feng called Luoqiu. He called him last night during dinner. Are you interested in accompanying me to climb the mountain? After coming out from the last old leader's house, Lung Feng called Luoqiu. Luoqiu did not have a deep impression of this Uncle Lung Feng, but he knew that some people did not care about how long they had met each other. His father did have a lot of friends, but for the old Luoqiu, there were only a few who were really close to him. Of course, if Luoqiu could give someone a good impression, others could also give it to him. This was probably the so-called exchange of contacts. Luoxia Mountain, a scenic spot in the city where the locals had already vomited. Lung Feng walked along the path with great interest as he talked about these things. Nowadays, very few young people are willing to climb the mountain. Lung Feng smiled and said life is too rich. For young people, climbing the mountain may not be as fun as playing games. Luoqiu took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Lung Feng moistened his throat. The two of them then stopped halfway up the mountain and sat down where the wind was blowing. He pointed at a large gray area in front of them and said excitedly, I used to train there. Later, the base was removed and I was sent to another place. Yes, this is the place. However, I heard that this place will be removed next year. I heard that a new airport will be built. Lung Feng pointed at the city at the foot of the mountain, giving off a feeling of pointing at the mountains and rivers and mulberry fields. As he spoke, Lung Feng gradually stopped talking and silently looked at the city at the foot of the mountain. After a while, Lung Feng sighed and looked at Luoqiu. He suddenly said with amusement, You child, it's strange. Whenever I look at you, I have the urge to say something. If I say that you're not there, you're there, but if I say that you're there, it's like I'm talking to the air. You're really different from your father. Luoqiu didn't say anything, probably because of his body constitution. Lung Feng shook his head again. I still prefer young people to be more energetic. At your age, you shouldn't be like this. Child, don't blame me for being nosy. I've seen too many young people. Every year, there are hundreds of new people coming to the camp. Some are younger than you. Some are older than you. Some are arrogant. Some are hot-tempered. Some are timid. And some are quiet. I won't say that all living things are the same, but it's common to see all kinds of people. Is there something on your mind? Is it related to Xialing? Luoqiu was stunned. After meeting Lung Feng this time, he was indeed in a rather lost state. He didn't plan to treat Lung Feng like a guest, but at the same time he couldn't treat him like Ma Haod and Yi Yan. Lung Feng was in the same position that Luoqiu had met for the first time. They were close, but there was still something missing. But Lung Feng's sudden question interrupted Luoqiu's train of thought. Why do you say that? Luoqiu asked curiously. Lung Feng was a straightforward person, but at this moment he was hesitating. But hesitation wasn't his personality, so he sighed and said directly, How should I say this? A few years ago you were still a child and you needed to be taken care of the most, so I couldn't say much. But now you're an adult and you have your own thoughts. So what do you think of Xialing? You don't need her protection anymore, and she's still so young. The relationship between you two. I think you should have realized it already, right? Suddenly, Luoqiu knew why he couldn't pinpoint Lung Feng's location. There was a moment of silence. Luocio looked at Lung Feng and smiled. It was his boss's voice. "Mr. Lung, you used to like her, right?" Lung Feng's gaze was a little chaotic. He was used to death, and he could suppress thousands of recruits with his aura, but at this moment he didn't dare to look at the young man in front of him. He was a little angry because of Luocio's sudden tone. Of course, he wouldn't really be angry. Lung Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Kid, if you don't add the word used to, I'm afraid I'll beat you up." Luocio became even quieter. Lung Feng patted Luocio's shoulder and looked down the mountain. "I have a wife and a child, and we have a good relationship. I don't think as much as you do. It's just that, as an old friend, I really don't want to see her go on like this. Do you remember what you said to me when we went to the cemetery yesterday?" Luocio nodded. "She still hasn't gotten over him." Lung Feng sighed. "She's a good woman. She either doesn't fall in love with him, or she stays with him forever." Luocio remained silent. Lung Feng said, "Are you willing to see her secretly cry a few times every year?" "For the past year, I haven't been able to find what I want to do." Luocio didn't look at Lung Feng. Instead, he looked down the mountain. "I feel like I've been searching for a way to not let my emotions be taken away, but I still can't find the real reason to do this. In the process of searching, maybe I've been doing this subconsciously." Lung Feng frowned. He didn't plan to argue with Luocio today. He just wanted to confirm something. He knew that Ma Haud and the others had a good relationship with Luocio's family, so it wasn't convenient to talk about some things in person. They needed someone who wasn't close to the family, but who also cared about the family, to expose this matter in person. Lung Feng was probably the one who had to do it. He couldn't figure out why Luocio was saying this, so he asked subconsciously, "What do you want to do?" "I want to find a world where both possibilities exist at the same time and they don't contradict each other." Time paused at this moment. It was a real pause. The earth fell into a state of stagnation. Everything, the sea, the land, the wind, the sports cars, the trains, the countless routes, the people who were eating or chatting. Even the maid who was wiping the cups in the clubhouse. These were all displayed clearly in Luocio's mind. Maybe it was just a second. Maybe it was a minute. Maybe it was a long time. Another power that was different from the altar suddenly sprouted in Luocio's body like a seed. The mountain breeze suddenly blew, and Lung Feng shivered. He felt like he had spaced out for a long time. He subconsciously glanced at Luocio beside him. He saw that the latter was holding his phone and taking pictures of the city below the mountain. There were some things he wanted to say, and that was about Ran Xiling's future. But when it reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. Perhaps he should wait a few more years. That was what he thought. "Let's go back." Lung Feng stood up. "I booked a flight for tonight. I'll be leaving soon." Chapter 1249. Summer? It was a street of snacks in Wanwan. The hawkers were shouting loudly, and the crowd was pouring in. The smell of various fried food mixed together, and the air seemed to become greasy. At a stall of seafood porridge, it was steaming hot. The rising steam gradually faded and then dispersed. At a window of an old building where the stall was located, a palm suddenly pressed on the glass. The palm seemed to be twitching and struggling, and then grasped the glass tightly and finally scraped the glass and slid down bit by bit. The bustling sound of the snack street completely covered the sound in this small house. In the living room of the house, Gong Fanqing was watching something called TV out of boredom. Not long after, a man pushed open the door and came out of the bedroom. Seeing this, Gong Fanqing hurriedly stretched her extremely hot body, took some tissues and gave them to the man. That man took the tissues and wiped his lips, Song Kuangyin. Gong Fanqing glanced into the bedroom and saw a horribly shriveled corpse lying by the window. She frowned slightly and gently slapped the shriveled corpse with her palm. The shriveled corpse was instantly pulverized, leaving only a pile of gray powder. Song Kuangyin stood near the balcony with his hands behind his back and a large amount of qi and blood around him like a dense fog. Not long after, these qi and blood flowed into his body. He turned around, and his face looked a little younger. "Congratulations, Your Honor," Gong Fanqing said softly. Song Kuang-yin said indifferently, "Thousands of years have passed. Most of my descendants have impure bloodlines, and some are even useless. These days, I've found a total of 9 descendants with thin bloodlines, and they only provided me with less than 2 years of life. What's there to be happy about?" Gong Fanqing said rather helplessly, "Your Honor, that Qin Chu has been closely following us. After we left Mount Tai, she has been chasing us relentlessly. It's really a bit difficult to find your descendants in a big way." Song Kuang-yin also knew this situation. Whether it was him or Gong Fanqing, they had fought with Qin Chu several times along the way. Not counting the time on Mount Tai, Qin Chu's strength was obviously getting stronger and stronger. The most recent fight was 3 days ago, and Gong Fanqing had even suffered a small loss. "I didn't expect this foxy girl to be so talented in the Tao of the sword." Gong Fanqing was rather jealous. "The first time I fought her, I could easily suppress her. I never thought that after she obtained Tai Bai's Green Lotus Sword Song, her Green Lotus Sword Classic would actually improve by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. I was able to let her escape with ease every time." Song Kuang-yin snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid he's using us to test his sword." Gong Fanqing said helplessly, "Huanjin's sex state of mind technique is extremely terrifying. They don't walk on the path of reincarnation one life after another and forcefully stay in the mortal world to grow. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had returned, this fox charm must have received many benefits. This was the golden period for her to increase her strength. The next time they met, she would be even more powerful. If I don't get rid of this woman, I'm afraid that she will ruin His Honor's future plans. Why doesn't His Honor directly take away that Song Haren's bloodline? With this child's talent, he will definitely be able to help His Honor recover. When that time comes, His Honor naturally won't need to fear that Qin Chu." Song Kuang-yin looked at Gong Fanqing expressionlessly. "She is only looking for you to get information about Tai Bai from you. What does it have to do with me?" Gong Fanqing lowered her head. She knew very well that the imperial family was heartless, especially this man who could devour his descendants without hesitation for the sake of longevity. He was even more heartless. That Song Haren, I need him to fight for the position of the dragon. Song Kuang-yin said coldly, "As long as he hasn't become powerful, I won't touch him. You better listen carefully." "Yes," Gong Fanqing responded sweetly. Song Kuang-yin said again, "From now on, you will separate from me and lead that woman away. I'm going to the capital city of the current dynasty." "To the capital city?" Gong Fanqing frowned. Song Kuang-yin said indifferently, "These days I've heard from the descendants of Zhao family that there is a Zhao family in the capital city that claims to be the legitimate descendants of Zhao family. I plan to go there and have a look. After you lead that Qin Chu away or kill her, come to the capital city to find me." Just after he finished speaking, Song Kuang-yin and Gong Fanqing's faces slightly froze, because they both felt that extremely sharp sword intent vibrating in the air at the same time. This sword intent was really too familiar. Gong Fanqing's face darkened, and she nodded towards Song Kuang-yin. At this moment, she had no time to sigh at Song Kuang-yin's ruthlessness of using her as bait. Her life soul was in the hands of Song Kuang-yin, so if she didn't want to die, she could only obey. Gong Fanqing said directly, "Your Honor, be careful on the way." After saying this, Gong Fanqing directly went out of the door, and then went to the roof of the old building and laughed towards somewhere in the night sky. "Vixen, if you have the ability, find a deserted place with me and have a good time." Gong Fanqing instantly rushed towards the entrance, and the sword intent vibrating in the air also chased after her without hesitation. Song Kuang-yin took a look at the snack street downstairs and muttered to himself, "Zhao family in the capital city, I hope they won't let me down. Ah, you're going back now." Nanny Ren came back earlier than usual today, because she was a boss now. Her degree of freedom was much higher than in the past. "It's time to board the plane." Nanny Rin tilted her head, and then shrugged. He's really an idiot. He's always so stupid. Forget it, just leave. After saying this, Nanny Rin took out an envelope from her handbag. Boy, take this. This is for you. What's this? Luocio didn't reach out to take it. Seeing Luocio's disdainful look, Nanny Rin suddenly became angry, rolled her eyes, and directly slapped the envelope on Luocio's chest, and said with a glare, It's a supplementary card for a credit card. It's not as convenient to spend money abroad as here. There's no processing fee for exchanging foreign currency. Luocio was slightly startled. Nanny Rin entered into the honest persuasion mode, put her hand on Luocio's shoulder and said, Let me tell you, you can't go there without money. Although you said there's a scholarship, you need money to eat, right? You need money to buy things, right? You need money to go to the hotel, right? You can't use Yuye's money, right? You'll be struck by lightning if you use a woman's money to get a room in the hotel. But you can use it, but don't use it too much. You also need to pay attention to your body. But I don't mind if you bring a white fatty back to me next year, ha ha ha. Go to sleep. Luocio looked at Nanny Rin expressionlessly and turned back to the room without saying anything. Do you dare to be moved? Ren Xiling was suddenly flustered and exasperated. Before opening the door, Luocio sighed, If you feel bored after I go out, you can ask Lizzie to come and live with you. Anyway, there's an empty room. She felt warm in her heart, and her smile became very bright. In front of the desk, Luocio put the envelope with the credit card in the drawer, and then locked it. Then she turned on the desk lamp, took out a book, A Brief History of Time, from the bookcase, and read it carefully. Of course, the grains of her former hometown couldn't be found, but similar flour products could be found. The taste of white toast was very similar to a certain grain in Nan Xiaonan's impression. She began to carefully pour some jam from the bottle and spit on the toast. She didn't dare to spread too much, only half a spoonful, and it was a small wooden spoon. Nan Xiaonan didn't want to waste it. She licked the jam off the bottle cap and then quickly screwed the bottle cap. Life needed a sense of ritual, so did eating. It took Nan Xiaonan 15 minutes to finish the small piece of white toast under the etiquette of knife and fork. Of course, she didn't go to the staff dormitory, but returned to her original apartment. As for what Luocio said, she didn't worry too much about it, because she had gained the qualification and waited for the acknowledgement of a world. She could use most of her spells and techniques without having to constantly communicate with the current subworld. Now there were only two things she needed to do: the accumulation of power units and the continued expansion of her own star creation spells and arcane mysteries at the level of the world's rules. Because she had obtained the qualification, the two power models had a framework in the rules of this world, which was equivalent to a company that had been officially registered. And the next problem was how to fill it up. This was a long process. It was equivalent to replicating the results of these two tactics that she had developed over the past 10,000 years in this subworld from an impoverished state. Compared to that, the accumulation of power units was simpler and more convenient. Her soul was quite powerful in itself, and she could accumulate power units on her own without any special training postures. After she obtained an official identity, the speed of accumulation was quite gratifying. It's already 75 units. Nan Xiaonan was rather pleased with the progress, which was the result of a single day's work. In the first 2 days, she had been wholeheartedly writing spells, which was why she did not divert her attention to accumulating power units. An increase in power units meant an increase in self-preservation, and she was certainly much more confident against unknown dangers. Most importantly, she did not believe that she would be so unlucky as to run into someone as good as Luocio. Still, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After returning to the apartment, Nan Xiaonan activated her true sight and monitored everything around her. Otherwise, she would have been able to accumulate more power units. Under true sight's observation, the body of the assassin she had found a few days ago was gone. Nan Xiaonan had also been paying special attention over the last 2 days, but there were no reports of that, and it appeared that the assassin's body had been taken away by his companions. There were no clues left in the house. Still, Nan Xiaonan did not let her guard down. She would rather accumulate power units slowly to ensure her own safety. When she thought about the issue of safety, Nan Xiaonan felt a little disappointed. She wished that the organization that was chasing after the identity of Nan Xiaonan would have made their move when she was staying in Rin Xiling's house. That way, she could have used the world will or Luocho's power to wipe out the organization once and for all. Unfortunately, it was just a disconnect and reconnect operation. Nan Xiaonan shook her head, tiptoed to put the bottle of jam on the top cupboard, and pushed it inside. When the cupboard door closed, Nan Xiaonan swallowed hard. One more spoonful. One more, and I won't eat any more. Worst comes to worst, I'll just recommend myself as a pillow. So she opened the cupboard happily, then tiptoed and reached her hand into the cupboard. What's this? Nan Xiaonan was stunned and glanced at the thing she found at the top of the cupboard. It was a USB flash drive. Nan Xiaonan turned her eyes and frowned. At this moment, she did not care about the food. She quickly walked to the table, inserted the USB flash drive, and began to browse the contents of the USB flash drive. The fluorescent light of the screen flashed in her pupils. Nan Xiaonan's expression gradually became a little strange. These things are, the light was reflected in the rear window of the blue Masa CEO car, and the floating light flitted across Song Ying's fair face. There was a MacBook Pro on her crossed legs, and she was focused on the screen. In the front seat were the driver and the bodyguards, and behind the car was an Alpha with several bodyguards. Miss, with our funds, we shouldn't need to seek cooperation, right? The person who asked the question was an assistant sitting next to Song Ying. She was temporarily transferred from the school in the Song family's secret village and had just started the business of the new company. Even so, when the assistant saw the documents of the new company, she could not help but have a strange expression. The company's register holder was not Song Ying, but Master Chiu. Miss Song Ying actually did not have any shares in the company and only received a salary of the CEO. This, inevitably, caused this top student from the village school to begin to imagine the internal affairs of the Song family. We don't lack funds. Song Ying closed the computer, but what we lack is time and space. This time we're going to meet Mr. House, who has a fairly good factory in China and a very good sales channel. Moreover, he has a very deep cooperative relationship with one of the 4 major families in Beijing, the Zhao family. If we can use this Mr. House as a platform, then we can quickly gain a foothold. Is this the information that Miss Zhang prepared for you? The assistant asked curiously. Song Ying said indifferently, It's just mutual benefit. That old Madame Zhang is an important figure in the business circle in southern China. In particular, several big shots of the Chamber of Commerce in the province are her students. It would be a waste if we don't use these resources. Besides, we deal with a lot of things for the old Madame's Li family every year. This time, our Song family has the opportunity to come back and develop, so she is naturally happy to do us a favor. This old madam is not easy to deal with. The assistant shook his head and said teasingly, Miss, you didn't like dealing with these old fogies before. This time, you're working so hard for young Master Chiu's company. He'll be very touched when he finds out. Touch my ass. It's good enough that he's not angry at me. I can't even find him these few days. Didn't I say that he doesn't need to care? I was just being polite. But this deadhead actually acted like nothing happened. Sigh, miss, you shouldn't have let Master Chiu so quickly. The assistant sighed. Men are all big pig trotters. In broad daylight, Master Chiu and Miss Song Ying spent a long time in the car. Then Miss Song Ying said that her waist hurt. Through the I have something to tell you. But you must not tell anyone route. The news had spread to the mysterious village of the Song family in South America. Although it could not be said that everyone knew about it, it did not seem to be a secret either. What? Song Ying was stunned. What did big pig trotters mean? Chapter 1250. In a private lounge on the 27th floor of the hotel, a white-haired foreign old man was looking at the night outside. At the same time, a young man walked in quickly from outside the door. "Boss, we found Nan Xiaonan." She returned to her original apartment. The white-haired old man took out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth. After coughing twice, he seemed to want to stand up. The young man quickly went forward to support him. "You couldn't find her these past few days. You only found out when she returned to her apartment." The white-haired old man looked at the young man beside him indifferently. "Jimmy, should I start to doubt your ability to work?" The young man, Jimmy, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. In fact, there were two things that he didn't understand until now. The first thing was that killer number 7, who was sent to assassinate Nan Xiaonan, was found to have been killed by a bullet from his own sniper rifle. The sniper rifle only fired one shot, and the people sent to clean up couldn't find any traces of someone breaking into the place where killer number 7 was lying in wait. Killer number 7 didn't seem to have let go of the sniper rifle before he died. Judging from his situation, the moment he was shot, he should have been crouching on the windowsill, preparing to shoot. Jimmy remembered that before the shot was confirmed, number 7 even talked to him. The other thing was that the people who were tracking Nan Xiaonan said that they couldn't see Nan Xiaonan these past few days, but she was obviously at work. "Why aren't you talking?" The white-haired old man raised his voice. Jimmy said, "Seriously, I've already sent number 4 and number 5 to watch her 24 hours a day. If Qin Jun is still alive, he will definitely be exposed. Then I will catch him and personally bring him to boss. I'll wait for your good news." The white-haired old man slowly sighed. At this moment, a man in a suit walked in respectfully. "Mr. House, there's a Miss Song outside who says she wants to see you. She asked me to give you this." Jimmy took the envelope from the man's hand and opened it to find a card inside. He didn't open the card and just handed it to the white-haired old man. "Mr. House." Mr. House opened it and took a look. He frowned and looked at the man who walked in. "Who else did Miss Song bring?" The man said, "There's one who looks like an assistant and a few who look like bodyguards." Mr. House pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Arrange for a meeting." "Got it." The man quickly turned and left. Jimmy was puzzled. "Boss, who is this Miss Song?" Mr. House shook his head and raised the card in his hand. "I don't know who this Miss Song is for the time being, but I do know who the owner of this card is. I still have to give her some face." "Who is it?" "The leader of the Southern China Business Circle, the old lady of the Zhang family." Mr. House put away the card. "Accompany me to meet her. This old lady wouldn't give out a recommendation letter so easily. Since you can get this old lady to help, you should have some ability." "Got it." Jimmy nodded. In the reception room. "By the way, what do you mean by pig trotters?" Song Ying, who was waiting in the reception room, sat up straight. However, she thought of the unfinished conversation in the car, so she turned her body slightly and asked the assistant next to her. It's a Chinese internet term. I've been watching web dramas recently and saw it in the bullet screen. The general meaning is that men are good at everything, but they're careless and slow." "Oh," Song Ying nodded in realization. "Luocho is careless." "I don't think so. He's slow at this moment." The sound of the door opening interrupted Miss Song Ying's wild thoughts. She saw a white-haired old man walking in slowly with a walking stick. Behind him was a handsome young man. As the president of the Song dynasty for more than a year, Song Ying had seen many so-called young talents. However, it was rare to see someone like this young man. However, she paid more attention to this Mr. House. At the same time, she began to read about him in her mind. This old man was already 90 years old. He had experienced World War II and served as a captain in a certain country. Before the war, he was already a drug smuggler. His method of starting his business was nothing more than smuggling rare drugs during wartime. In the 80s and 90s of the last century, he was already very famous in Europe as a medicine producer and philanthropist. In the late 90s, he was even conferred a title by the Danish royal family and was given a title. 10 years ago, when he started to expand the overseas market, the first thing he targeted was China. In the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time in China. He told the outside world that it was because he liked China's Beijing opera culture. Hello, Mr. House. Whether it was out of respect for the old man or as a party seeking cooperation, she had to take the initiative to greet him. Song Ing extended her hand to Mr. House with a smile. Miss Song. Mr. House just reached out and shook his hand gently. I saw your invitation. You were introduced by old Madame Zhang. Is there anything I can help you with? Song Ing smiled confidently. Mr. House, before we start talking, I have something I want you to take a look at. Under Song Ying's gaze, the assistant brought out the documents that had been prepared long ago. Mr. House, these are our company's products. Oh. Mr. House nodded and sat down. He flipped open the documents and read them carefully. Song Ing also sat down and looked straight ahead. She just didn't like Mr. House's youthful gaze. Most of the young talents she had met would look at her with similar gazes. She had long gotten used to it. A moment later, these products. Mr. House raised his head slightly and glanced at Song Ing. Song Ing only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Mr. House suppressed his impatience and lowered his head to read again. This time, his expression became even more focused. After a while, Mr. House closed the documents and placed them on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, Miss Song, you want to cooperate with me? What do you think of these products, Mr. House? Mr. House said calmly, the data looks very good. If the 3 products you listed here can be manufactured, it will be a blessing for many patients, especially the anti-cancer drug mentioned here. It's better than the current mainstream drugs. To be honest, I'm very curious why this drug has never been reported before. The assistant smiled calmly and said, because ever since these drugs were developed, they have never been brought out. But these 2 days, we have already completed the patent application. Mr. House, this is the professional certificate. The assistant took out another document and placed it on the table. But Mr. House didn't look at it this time. Instead, he asked, Miss Song, why are you looking for me? Song Ing went straight to the point. I hope to sign a production and overseas sales contract with Mr. House. I intend to sign the overseas sales rights for these 3 drugs to you. Mr. House smiled and said, Miss Song, since your company can develop these drugs, I'm sure you don't lack funds. I'm very curious why I've never heard of you in the pharmaceutical industry. My family keeps a low profile. Song Ing maintained her smile and said, This time my family intends to use these products in order to make a big impact. Mr. House said happily, Then let me congratulate you on your success first. If these 3 drugs can be put into the market, I can't imagine what heights they will reach. To be honest, I'm very happy to sign this overseas sales contract. Of course, the prerequisite is that all of this is real. We have a lot of data from our on-the-spot experiments. Song Ing said seriously, Of course, I'm prepared to visit Mr. House. I chose to cooperate with Mr. House because your company's conditions are very mature. Mr. House laughed. Miss Song, why don't you sign the domestic sales rights to me as well? But Song Ing said, Our company intends to do the domestic sales ourselves. Mr. House smiled and didn't say yes or no. He just said apologetically, Miss Song, I've been feeling a little unwell recently. I want to go back and rest first. As for the cooperation, let's talk again when we have the chance. This is Jimmy. When I've thought it through, I'll get him to contact you. Of course. Song Ing nodded with a smile. The assistant gave Jimmy his contact information. After that, Jimmy took the document and helped Mr. House out of the reception room. After a while, a waiter from the bar came over with a bottle of red wine. saying that it was from Mr. House. The assistant opened the bottle and poured a glass for Song Ying. This Mr. House doesn't seem very interested. I don't think he's faking it. Song Ying held the glass of red wine and muttered, "These drugs were developed by Mr. Blind. They've always been the village's specialty. I can guarantee that these are definitely better than any other similar products in the market." This old man shouldn't be unmoved. Could it be because of the pricing? The assistant thought. Song Ying shook her head. There are two pricing options. The overseas pricing is very profitable. Anyone would be moved. And the overseas sales are our source of profit. But Grandpa means that we have to do the domestic sales ourselves, and we have to do it at the cheapest price. This is a form of attitude. Letting the government know our Song family's attitude can also be a form of repayment. If Grandpa wants to gain a foothold in the country, and the Song family wants to return to its roots, we can't do the same business as before. The only thing we can do to get on good terms with the government is the drug business. If the local drugs can fight against the imported drugs and solve the problem of patients being unable to afford the drugs, this is the answer that the Song family will give to the government. This is the only way we can get support and save time. It's also a form of allegiance. The assistant said, "What if this Mr. House doesn't intend to give up the domestic sales rights?" Song Ying shook her head and said, "Then let's continue to talk to him. The profits from overseas sales are enough to move any businessman. This old man can't be unaware of the profits. He's not answering directly and is just putting on airs. For the next few days, we won't take the initiative to contact him. He won't be able to resist. Besides, it's not that we can't do without House. It's just that our Song family has to use this house. Young miss, does father have any other intentions?" Song Ying glanced at the assistant, if she was just someone from the Song Huangchao group. Song Ying didn't intend to say it. It was just that she was chosen by the village. House is just the first step for us to get close to the Zhao family in the capital. The Zhao family in the capital. Song Ying nodded and said seriously, "You're from the village. You should know the history of our Song family. Back then, why did Grandpa's family fall apart, and why did he go into exile abroad?" "Miss, you mean the Zhao family?" Song Ying put down the wine glass without taking a sip and said calmly, "There are some clues, but it's enough." The assistant hurriedly said, "If it's really the Zhao family, then—" Song Ying shook her head, her eyes fierce. "This is different from South America. The Zhao family has deep roots in the country. However, when it comes to using capital to defeat, I, Song Ying, have never been afraid of anyone." "Miss is mighty," the assistant flattered. Song Ying rolled her eyes. "In the future, watch less stupid dramas and focus on work. The next year is very important for the new company." "Okay." The assistant nodded and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was rather glad that Miss Song Ying didn't have the habit of watching dramas. Song Ying had very few entertainment activities. The only way to relieve her stress was to race. However, the country was different from South America. Not only were the roads congested, but there were also more traffic lights. She had to stop before she could even shift to fifth gear. "Miss, are we going back to rest now?" Song Ying thought for a while and shook her head. "No, let's go to the new company. I want to see how the renovation is going. Go back and sort out the work report from Song Huangchao for me. It should still be early there. I'll have a video conference later." The assistant complained in her heart, but didn't dare to say much. She nodded and agreed. "Boss, Miss Song has left." Mr. House lowered his head and rubbed his forehead slowly with his fingers. He didn't say anything. Jimmy said, "Boss, are you thinking about this collaboration?" Mr. House shook his head. "The profits from these new drugs are very high. If it were in the past, I might have signed on without hesitation. But now I'm not in the mood." Jimmy nodded. Mr. House started coughing again. Jimmy quickly took out some medicine and let Mr. House take it. After a while he recovered, but his face was full of dejection. He sighed and suddenly looked at the young and handsome Jimmy. Even if I had 10 times my net worth, I still wouldn't be as good as you." Jimmy lowered his head and didn't say anything. He knew very well what this old man was afraid of. Mr. House's interest waned. He waved his hand and said, "I'm going to rest. You can go out. I'll leave this collaboration to you. After 2 days, you can go and talk to Miss Song again." Okay. Zhong Luochin and 24 were looking at the person inside the glass house through the glass walls. Inside the glass house, there was a sloppy man with clumps of hair and a face full of dirt. His gaze was unfocused, and there was a silly smile on his face from time to time. Looking at the silly man inside, 24 said, "This one won't do. He's too old and crazy. It's best if he's young and has a pure mind. The success rate will be higher." Zhong Luochin said indifferently, "This kind of child is far more valuable than this silly man. It won't be too late to use good material when you can guarantee the success rate." What a cheap kindness. 24 didn't comment. He walked into the glass house with a strange smile and then lowered the curtain. Soon after, screams came from inside. Chapter 1251. Not long after, the miserable and painful cries suddenly stopped. It wasn't a fading sound, but an abrupt stop without warning. Zhong Luochin's expression changed. He looked at the time and realized that he had been standing like this for more than an hour. The slight numbness in his legs also proved that he had been standing for some time. The door slowly opened. 24's messy hair came into Zhong Luochin's sight. There was no other expression on his face except indifference. He was even more ruthless than the doctor who came out of the operating room. He said lightly, "Failure. Find me again when you're ready for the next material." Zhong Luochin frowned imperceptibly. 24 walked past him with a yawn. After that, the second young master of the Zhong family took a deep breath and strode into the glass house. He saw that the crazy homeless man from outside was squatting on the ground like a frog. His eyeballs were also like a frog's, moving irregularly from left to right. His agitated throat was making strange sounds that didn't belong to human beings. A chill gradually spread from his back. But right at that moment, the tramp, who no longer looked like a human, suddenly reached out and grabbed his own tongue, pulling it with all his might. His eyes began to move even more crazily, as if he was in a state of excitement. Finally, his tongue was pulled out. Zhong Luochin took half a step back. The smell of blood in the air made his body react. He walked out of the room and bent down at the door to vomit. Second young master, are you okay?" Seeing this, the staff in charge of security rushed forward. Zhong Luochin reached out to stop them and slowly straightened up. "I'm fine. You can clean up the things inside." They looked at each other and nodded. One of them mustered up his courage and walked in. Immediately, he sucked in a mouthful of light and felt his stomach churn. When he walked out with a pale face, Zhong Luochin had already left. 2 days passed peacefully. Song Ying, who was working in a temporarily empty office on one of the floors of an office building owned by the Zhang family, received the expected message from Mr. House. In the future, Mr. House's assistant, Jimmy, would be in charge of the collaboration on the new drug, and Jimmy would be paying a personal visit today. Regarding the initial proposal for cooperation, the negotiation went very smoothly. Under the premise that the new drug had huge prospects and profits, Mr. House, on behalf of Mr. House, happily signed the initial cooperation contract. "Nice to meet you, Miss Song." After an entire morning of discussion, a charming smile appeared on this young talent's face. He wanted to invite Song Ying for lunch. "Miss Song should have just arrived here not long ago, right? Would you do me the honor of introducing some local delicacies to you?" Song Ying did not reject the other party's invitation right after signing the temporary cooperation contract. Moreover, Song Ying could not find a reason to reject this kind of social behavior, so she could only agree. She wasn't afraid that offending Mr. House's assistant would cause problems in their future cooperation. If Mr. House wasn't a fool, He would naturally understand the value of these new drugs owned by the Song family. These medicines were developed by Mr. Blind, a genius of the present age, in a pharmaceutical company invested in by the Song family. The warriors in the Song family's village often entered and exited dangerous battlefields, and even participated in the wars of certain countries as mercenaries. The mortality rate had always been very high, and it was only after the special agents' pharmaceutical factory began to develop all kinds of life-saving drugs that this number dropped. The few new drugs selected this time were only in the mid-range among the many research and development products of the Song family's private pharmaceutical factory. The truly advanced drugs often cost tens of millions of dollars to produce. Naturally, they were not suitable for large-scale production and were very difficult to produce. Last year, only a few special health pills were produced, but Dad had already taken them away. But this was Mr. Blind's idea. Back then it was for Luocio to use. Song Ing had only eaten 2 of those health pills, so she knew how precious they were. It wasn't that the Song family was reluctant to let their descendants use this special medicine all the time, but it could not be taken too much, or it would be bad for them. Song Ing herself had personally experienced the wonders of the various new drugs in the Song family's private pharmaceutical factory, so she was very confident in these drugs. Then I'll go change my clothes. Leaving Jimmy to wait in the reception room, Song Ing returned to the temporary office. She lifted her hair as if she was thinking about something. Then Song Ing picked up the phone as if she had made a decision. "You don't want to go out today?" In front of the dressing table, after combing Luoya's hair until it was straight and smooth, Luocio gently pressed down on her shoulder, leaned over and asked softly. Luocio didn't say anything. She just looked up and blinked, but the message was enough. Luocio smiled slightly, knowing that Luocio was not in good spirits. She wasn't sleepy, but she was awake for a very short time every day, and most of the time she would be asleep. This wasn't a problem with her body. On the contrary, her physical condition was quite good. Although she had lost her strength, her physical strength alone was quite terrifying. When the young girl was awake, she could easily crush a diamond into pieces with her fingers. "Are you sleepy?" Luoya nodded, then turned around and hugged Luocio's waist, lying comfortably. Luocio reached out and stroked the back of her head, as if to comfort her. Mien mien. Not long after, the girl's breathing had calmed down, and Luocio called out softly. In the air, a pink pillow suddenly jumped out with 4 limbs spread out. The only thing missing was the special effect of releasing little stars around it. "Take good care of her." "Yes, master." Mien Mien's body instantly swelled to the size of a bed. Luocio picked Luoyao up and placed her on Mien Mien before walking out of the room. Outside the door, Miss Maid stood quietly with her hands clasped together. Luocio smiled and said, "It seems that Luoyao won't be able to eat the lunch you made today." The servant girl said softly, "Master, don't you plan to solve the problem of Miss Luoya's deep sleep?" Basically, the servant girl could easily understand what her master meant, but the only thing she couldn't figure out was his attitude towards Li. Luocio shook his head. "It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I don't know why, but I feel that it's better to let nature take its course. It's something like intuition." As he spoke, Luocio walked down, and the servant girl followed behind. Master's protagonist has always been very accurate. Luocio said casually, "I might only have this that can't be considered an advantage. By the way, how's the design going?" "Everything is going well." Yu Yi thought and said, "It should be able to officially go online in that world before Master leaves." Since she said it was going well, there naturally wouldn't be a problem. Boss Luo had never doubted the servant girl's ability to work. Luocio joked, "After officially going online, I may not be able to get rid of the identity of a useless person." The servant girl understood the meaning of her master's words. Since Chan Mingming, the club hadn't officially opened for business for a long time. There was almost no such interval before. Even when Luocio took a personal vacation last time, he gave the authority to Yu Yi to act as a temporary store manager. The servant girl had served the club for more than 300 years, and she had some guesses about the current situation. In just 1 year, the new master's control of the shop seemed to have surpassed that of the previous master. Master, you don't plan to accept individual customers? That's not it. Luocio shook his head. It's just not as urgent as before. Why? Do you prefer the way it was before? The servant girl suddenly leaned her head on Luocio's body and whispered, Yu Yi doesn't need to teach master anything now. Dance with me. After saying that, the entire lobby began to serve Luocio, accompanied by the music of the old gramophone. The master and the servant girl's figures began to sway slowly in the lobby. Yu Yi remembered that at the beginning the new master didn't know anything, but he was also so leisurely. Now, there was no difference from before. Time was such a thing. It was just a notification of a text message, which finally interrupted the master and the servant girl when the song was about to end. Luocio looked at the content of the message, revealing a thoughtful expression. You may not need to make lunch for me. The servant girl opened her mouth slightly. Luocio raised his mobile phone. It was a text message from Song Ying. Master, are you going? Luocio nodded and muttered, Don't you think it's a little strange that the dimension observers keep appearing? Then I'll prepare clothes for you. The restaurant was located in a private club. The boss came from France and was a standard 3-star Michelin chef. Naturally, the guests who came here were also celebrities. Luocio's appearance did not alarm the security guards in front of the club. Instead, he arrived at the appointed place 5 minutes early. However, when he arrived, he saw a woman wearing a suit and skirt. She was standing there with a set of clothes in her hand. When the woman saw Luocio, she was startled at first. Then she steadily walked over and said, Master Chiu, how do you do? How do you do? Have we met before? Luocio asked with some curiosity. The woman revealed a faint smile and blinked her eyes before saying, Master Chiu, I'm from the village. I'm in the same batch as Gan Hong. However, I studied business management. You can call me Ziyin. Did Song Ying ask you to wait for me? Luocio nodded his head, which could be considered as a greeting. Ziyin quickly said, Missing can't leave now. She asked me to wait for you here and prepare something for you. I was afraid that you would wait for a while, but it seems that it's not necessary. Ziyin helplessly waved the prepared clothes and showed a playful action of sticking out her tongue. Someone prepared it for me. Therefore, Boss Luo felt that he was walking further and further on the road of being a useless person. The clothes on him were naturally chosen by Miss Maid. He was even dressed up before he went out. It seemed that he would encounter some difficulties because of the problem, which had never happened to Boss Luo. Naturally, he could feel how meticulous Miss Maid's care was. Master Chiu, is your clothes designed by Astaroth? Unexpectedly, Ziyin suddenly opened her eyes wide. Astaroth. Ziyin nodded. Yes, Astaroth is the most mysterious fashion designer. No one knows whether it's a man or a woman. And Astaroth is the top in the fashion design industry. Many rich people can't get a piece of work even if they spend a lot of money. Luocio lowered his head and looked at it. He didn't care too much when he put it on and asked curiously, Why do you say so? Ziyin pointed at Luocio's collar and said, Here, do you see this pin? This is Astaroth's unique symbol. I'm the most loyal slave of Astaroth's works. I definitely won't recognize it wrong. What slave? Luocio smiled and took off the pin on his collar. He smiled and said, Okay, go in. Don't let them wait for too long. Although she didn't understand Luocio's action, Ziyin didn't say anything. Instead, she said softly, Master Chiu, it's right to go in early. If you go in late, I don't know how that Jimmy will attack again. Master Chiu, Missing is actually very tired. In the past, she often had to face these crazy bees and butterflies. Wait for you. You must let this Jimmy know how to retreat. In Luocio's opinion, Song Ying's character was probably enough to make people retreat from from the beginning. Then, under Ziyen's lead, Luocio walked into the club's restaurant, but boss Luo felt a gaze from afar. He turned his head to take a look, only to see a figure flash by not far away and soon disappeared. "Are there any guests who haven't arrived today?" Luocio suddenly asked. Ziyin was stunned and shook her head. "No, it's just this Jimmy who invited Missing for a meal." "Master Chiu, let me tell you about this Jimmy. The company is now cooperating with a rich foreign businessman. This Jimmy was sent by the other party. This cooperation. Miss Ying's friend hasn't arrived yet. He should be here soon." Song Ying kept smiling. "How should I address him later?" Jimmy asked with a smile. "His surname is Luo," Song Ying said casually and looked out of the window. Jimmy quickly searched for people with the surname Luo in his mind. However, Miss Song had appeared out of thin air, so he didn't know if this person with the surname Luo had appeared out of thin air as well. The door of the private room slowly opened. Jimmy naturally recognized the assistant beside Song Ying. As for the young man who came in next to the assistant, he must be the person Song Ying was waiting for. He looked at him carefully. Song Ying frowned first, then left her seat and walked quickly to Luocio. She stretched out her hand naturally and turned to Jimmy. "Come, let me introduce you. This is the real boss of our company." Jimmy's expression didn't change. He walked forward with a smile and reached out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Luo, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, the representative of your company. Don't stand and talk, please take a seat." Seeing Jimmy return to his seat first, Song Ying suddenly frowned again. Her nose twitched, and she smelled a light perfume. Chapter 1252. If one looked closely, they would find that Jimmy had European features, and his pupils were not Asian. There was no doubt that he was a mixed race. Elegant and witty, this was a man who could easily attract the attention of socialites. He had the strong aura of a business elite. "Do you believe in fate?" Jimmy smiled, revealing his white and neat teeth. He looked at Luocio and asked. Ever since Luocio came in, Jimmy's eyes had been on Luocio. Although his eyes were still burning when he looked at Song Ying, he obviously maintained some restraint and distance. He didn't make people feel abrupt or aggressive. Boss Luo was holding the peas on the plate with the back of the knife and poking a few peas with a fork. He hadn't had time to put them into his mouth yet, so he became interested in this topic. Boss Luo naturally liked fate more than ordinary people. He thought for a while and said, "Mr. Jimmy, what do you think fate should be?" Seeing Song Ying look at him, Jimmy picked up the cup with his left hand and took a sip of water. He said slowly, "Someone once said that we will meet about 29. 2 million people in our lifetime. But the probability of 2 people falling in love is only 0.0000049%, which is 49 out of a million. In the vast sea of people, the chances of men and women, or even people of the same sex, from meeting to falling in love are so low. But around us, there are people who love each other all the time. Don't you think this is fate?" "That's a romantic way of putting it. It's not really probability." Song Ying ruined the atmosphere and said, "Besides, how did the number 29, 3 million come about? Have you done a sampling experiment?" Jimmy was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. He raised his glass with his left hand and toasted the 2 of them. This once heard, that has always been successful in the past has become nonsense when it comes to Miss Song. Miss Song, please forgive my ignorance." Her assistant, Ziyin, who was accompanying her at the table, sighed in her heart. It would be strange if her Miss Ying knew how to be romantic. Her mind was probably filled with stock tickers. For a person who didn't even have a copy of Pride and Prejudice in her bookcase, romance was like playing the lute to a cow. Of course, this talent had used the wrong method. However, Ziyin naturally wouldn't point out, "Can't you see that the main character is still sitting next to you?" The little assistant stole a glance at Master Chiu. She was thinking more about the mysterious designer Astaroth and felt a little strange. She was from the Song family's village school, specializing in business and social relations. Didn't they say that this Master Chiu grew up in an ordinary family? What was with the old-fashioned palace etiquette that only a few ancient European nobles knew? Miss Ing couldn't see it. She barely passed the social dance class. This talent Jimmy couldn't see it either. Although this kind of talent packaged himself well, there were some essential things that couldn't be packaged. Although this lunch seemed to be Jimmy's humor, Ziyin liked this young Master Chiu's occasional 1 or 2 sentences. According to the school's theory of self-cultivation, it was to hide one's strength and bide one's time. Thinking about it, the little assistant attracted the attention of this Master Chiu. Luo Chiu just smiled faintly. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his lips. Ziyin was startled. Only then did she realize that there was some sauce on her lips. At this moment, Master Chiu suddenly spoke, which immediately attracted the attention of Jimmy and Miss Ing. Ziyin took the opportunity to quickly wipe her lips with a napkin. At least she didn't forget herself. Actually, I think Mr. Jimmy's words are very interesting. Luocchio's voice wasn't loud, but it made people want to continue listening. Song Ing was quite touched by this. This dead head seemed to be transparent when he didn't speak, but when he spoke his words were meaningless and would immediately become the focus of attention. In fact, Song Ing was quite helpless about this. Well, the perfume smell came again. Why do you say that? Song Ing asked expressionlessly. Luocchio looked at her and said, "Let's put it another way. As long as there are people in the world, there will be opportunities for people to know and love each other. Probability also believes in opportunities, right?" Miss Ying's heart skipped a beat when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard the second half. So angry. "Do you know why I asked you to come here? Why are you trying to undermine me?" Excuse me for a moment. I need to go to the washroom." Jimmy stood up and nodded in acknowledgement. Ziyin noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so she said, "Miss Young Master, I'm going to touch up my makeup too." Take your time, ha ha ha." The waiters were all waiting outside, so only Luocchio and Song Ing were left in the room. Today, Miss Ing was wearing a black dress. She had already taken off her jacket. The weather in March and April was actually quite cold, but there was a heater in the room. However, it was inevitable that small bumps would appear on her fair skin. She couldn't help but hug her arms and wipe them gently. However, the legendary scene of taking off her clothes and putting them on didn't happen. Luocchio just turned up the heater and asked the waiters outside to bring new hot tea. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Miss Ing said indifferently, "Your clothes are not bad. Did your girlfriend pick them out for you?" "Yes." Luocchio nodded. Miss Ing rolled her eyes. She didn't feel good about it. "You're quite straightforward. You should learn from Jimmy. If it were him, he wouldn't admit it. Are you feeling unwell these days?" Miss Ing, who had punched cotton many times, could only say helplessly, "I'm fine. I haven't even started yet. Of course, I have to be busy. Thank you for your concern. Are you concerned about me?" Luocchio nodded. "I think I should be concerned about you. Don't you like it?" I don't believe you." Song Ing sighed. She held her forehead and looked at him, as if she was trying to make eye contact. After a while, she felt something draped over her body. Song Ing was startled. She raised her eyes and took a peek. It was just her jacket hanging on the chair. Luocchio walked to the windowsill and seemed to be looking at the scenery outside. This made Song Ing feel that he just did it casually. She sighed helplessly. Luocchio opened the window a little, and the cold wind blew in. Song Ing felt the coolness from outside, which helped to disperse the stuffy smell in the room. Luocchio said, "Spring is coming. Spring in March and April." Song Ing was startled. She looked out of the window. The curtain was opened by Luocchio, so she could see the exquisiteness of the club's courtyard. Cherry trees were planted here. The blooming period of cherry blossoms was very short, They were gorgeous and fell at the same time. Song Ying was fascinated by them. Her body became lazy. "Cherry blossoms in March and April," she suddenly said. "Hey, do you think it's okay if I dye my hair back?" "Well, it's a young man with the surname Luo. He seems to be from a big family, but there's little information about him." In the bathroom, Jimmy was on the phone with Mr. House reporting some things. "This Song Ying doesn't seem to follow the Luo guy's orders, but she should pay attention to this person. We don't know what their relationship is yet." However, Mr. House didn't seem to be interested in this. He said a few words and ended the call. The old man was in his twilight years, but Jimmy was still in his prime and full of energy. Naturally, he was 100 times more interested in business than Mr. House. After hanging up the phone, Jimmy suddenly sneered. However, the smile disappeared in a flash. When he looked in the mirror again, he was back to his usual polite self. At this moment, someone came into the bathroom. He was wearing a windbreaker and a hat. The hat was pulled down, so only half of his face could be seen. Jimmy looked at the person walking in through the mirror in confusion. He knew that the person had stopped and was standing behind him. A look of surprise flashed across Jimmy's face, and he immediately turned around. The person happened to raise his head at this time. Jimmy looked at the person's face and suddenly opened his mouth. He took a small step back and hit the sink. "You!" Ziyin had already touched up her makeup. She returned to the door of the private room, but didn't go in. She asked the waiter outside if Mr. Jimmy was back. After getting no reply, she stood outside the door and waited. She told the 2 waiters not to go in. At this time, Ziyin received a message from Mr. Jimmy. He said that he had something to do and left. The lunch bill had been paid. Although she was confused, Ziyin didn't care too much. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Ziyin felt that it was about time, so she pushed the door and went in. At this time, Song Ying was leaning on the table and Luoqiu was standing in front of the window. The 2 were looking at the scenery outside. Ziyin covered her mouth and snickered. Then she said, "Miss Young Master, I'm sorry. I just received a call and came back late." Song Ying woke up from a very comfortable state and responded with an "oh." Ziyin said, "Mr. Jimmy just left me a message saying that he had something to do and had to leave. He asked me to apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness next time." Miss Ying waved her hand and said, "Next time, just ask him to leave. He's such a glib talker. You can deal with him for me. That Mr. House only sent his assistant, so you can do it for me. We're of equal status." Luoqiu chuckled as he listened. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Song Ying rolled her eyes. Ziyin walked up and reminded her softly, "Miss, that's not how you use equal status. It's used when people arrange marriages. It means that their family backgrounds are similar." "You're so good at Chinese!" Song Ying exploded. "This Jimmy doesn't look bad. Be careful, or I'll really have to marry you to him." She was not like young Master Song, who was proficient in Chinese culture. She spent most of her time studying abroad. If it were not for the fact that the Song family had always maintained Chinese traditions, they would have been completely westernized. "Miss, that's not what I meant." Ziyin looked at young Master Chiu with a pleading look. "Can you order a plate of fried rice for me?" Luoqiu said casually, "I don't think I'm full." Let's see what Song Ying likes to eat." She didn't eat much just now. Right away, Ziyin walked out of the door, quickly, as if she had been granted amnesty. Song Ying glared at Luoqiu unhappily. Boss Luo smiled and said, "By the way, how have Grandpa and Song Haran been doing recently? Can you tell me about them?" Song Ying shook her head and said coquettishly, "You're so good at changing topics." She sighed again. "Forget it. I won't argue with you. Come here. I'll tell you about Grandpa and Song Haran." They ate lunch for more than an hour before they left the club. Song Ying wanted to give Luoqiu a ride, but she was rejected. Therefore, Miss Ying's dissatisfaction finally exploded in the car. She looked at Ziyin and said, Z-in, from today onwards, you're forbidden from watching TV. Miss, you'd better marry me off. Knight, Austin Pharmaceuticals. Jimmy walked quickly in the corridor. The security guards who passed by would greet him respectfully when they saw him, until he arrived at Mr. House's office. Other than Mr. House, there were 2 doctors and 3 nurses. Mr. House's arm was still hooked up to an 4-drip. Mr. House seemed to have been waiting for a while, and was resting with his eyes closed. Jimmy looked around the office before walking to Mr. House. He lowered his voice and said, "I'm sorry, boss. I was delayed by something." Mr. House slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jimmy in surprise. He then nodded and waved his hand to let the doctor pull out the needle. After that, the doctors and nurses packed up and left silently. Jimmy said, "Boss, your body." Mr. House shook his head and stood up with his crutches. He ordered Jimmy to lock the office door. When Jimmy locked the door, he heard a strange sound behind him. The display cabinet on the wall was separated from the middle. There was a secret room in the office. Jimmy's expression didn't change as he walked to Mr. House's side. Mr. House sighed slowly and said casually, "Come in with me to see the progress." After the 2 of them walked into the secret passage, the display cabinet slowly moved and finally closed. But soon, a dark red mark suddenly appeared on the locked door of the office. The mark flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the door lock opened automatically. After that, a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, with a silver eye mask covering the upper half of her face, quickly walked in. After the woman came in, she looked around suspiciously and then fixed her gaze on the display cabinet. She came to the front of the cabinet and pondered for a moment. Then she stretched out her finger and traced a dark red mark on the edge of the cabinet, similar to the one on the door lock. "Open it," the woman said softly. After passing through a short passageway, there was an iron staircase. Jimmy kept supporting Mr. House, and soon they arrived at an open space. As far as the eye could see, it was the size of a basketball court. Jimmy saw many strong men with weapons. They were not only stationed at the entrance, but also in front of many other passages that led here. There were all kinds of instruments and many researchers in white robes shuttling back and forth. In the center of this huge space, there was a huge prototype container with a pedestal. At this moment, a foreign man in his 50s came to Mr. House with a man and a woman. "I'm here to see him," Mr. House said directly. The person nodded at Mr. House and then nodded at Jimmy as a form of greeting. He took Jimmy's place and supported Mr. House as they walked towards the huge container. "When will it be done?" Mr. House suddenly asked as they got closer. The man said slowly, "Soon. The equation you sent me is indeed the part we've been missing all this time. We can do the final test tomorrow." Mr. House suddenly seemed to be in better spirits than ever before. He walked quickly to the container and even dropped his crutch on the ground. In front of the container, a young man saw Mr. House coming and pressed a button on a control panel on the container. In front of the sealed container, a 1-foot-long shell slowly opened. Jimmy's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the glass at the opening of the container, he could see a light green color inside. He could even see a human face through this small opening. It was vaguely similar to Mr. House's face. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. There was a feeding device in his mouth and nose. Mr. House's hand trembled slightly as he caressed this small mirror as if caressing a treasure. "Soon, soon!" At this moment, an extremely shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the sealed space. "Someone has broken in." Chapter 1253. A black shadow flitted past the entrance, and one of the 2 guards at the entrance was hit in the abdomen. He fell to the ground, and the weapon in his hand was taken away by the attacker. Under the rapid sound of the alarm, all eyes were focused on the intruder. Several guards stood in front of Mr. House at this moment. The person who seemed to be the platoon leader of the guards quickly gave out orders. The next moment, Several tongues of fire lit up, and several straight streams of bullets rained down on the intruder at the same time. However, the intruder was unusually agile. Like a huge black cat, she found cover in an instant. What's going on? Why is there an intruder? Mr. House looked flustered and exasperated as he looked at Jimmy angrily. Jimmy shook his head and furrowed his brows. He seemed to be puzzled about the intruder as well. However, there was only one intruder, and there were quite a number of well-armed guards. Naturally, they were not afraid. At this time, under the command of the captain, the 7 guards began to close in on the intruder's bunker. At this time, she, who was hiding behind the cover, glanced at the weapon in her hand. Kalashnikov 1974. So this is the weapon of this civilization. She lowered her head and muttered. Then her finger quickly drew a dark red imprint on the handle of the gun. When the imprint was completely integrated into the gun, it had a special characteristic that was similar to a life. In the next moment, her finger quickly drew 2 other imprints on the boots. After that, she slowly exhaled, bent her body, and exerted force. Behind the cover, a black shadow leaped out at an extremely fast speed. Before anyone could react, they heard the sound of bullets bursting out like firecrackers. The sound of gunshots rang out rapidly and paused for a moment. It seemed that there were only 7 shots, but the 7 guards who surrounded the intruder fell to the ground one after another. The 7 guards were all shot in the forehead, almost in the same place. They were all killed in one shot, 7 shots in a row while running, and they all hit the same spot on the guard, killing him in one shot. Most of the researchers might not be able to see the trick, but the rest of the guards here were different. Almost at the same time, all the guards felt a chill. The captain gritted his teeth and became incomparably dignified. Everyone be careful. This person may have been trained as a top secret agent. Escort the boss away immediately. Secret Service. Mr. House frowned. Could it be that they've found us? Mr. House's mind raced, but he didn't suspect anything at this point. Under the escort of several guards, he quickly headed for another passageway. However, the intruder did not intend to give up so easily. She jumped out again and ran on the wall as if she was defying gravity. The Kalashnikov 1974 in her hand spat out bullets like crazy. Every time a bullet was fired, a guard fell to the ground silently. When there were only 3 bullets left in the Kalashnikov 1974's magazine, there was only 1 guard left at the scene, the captain of the guards. She also ended her unbelievable run on the wall and jumped to the ground. She held the Kalashnikov 1974 casually as if she was holding a long sword and walked over step by step. The team leader stood in front of Mr. House, while the other researchers were already hugging their heads in fear and hiding in various places. Mr. House took a deep breath. Although his face was pale, he still maintained his composure to the greatest extent. The situation in front of him was not as dangerous as the war he participated in when he was young, but it was not much different. Who sent you here? Mr. House stared at the intruder and asked in a low voice. No one. She shook her head, casually. I don't have anyone behind me. I'm just here to solve a problem. Is there a conflict of interest between us? Mr. House asked again in a low voice. Not at the moment, and in the future, naturally not. Her lips curved slightly under the silver eye mask, and she slowly raised the assault rifle in her hand. What do you want? Wealth, status, or technology? I can give you all of them. Cold sweat broke out on Mr. House's forehead. As long as you stop this violent behavior, no matter how powerful you are, as long as I seal this place, you can't escape. I spent 10 years building this place. That's hard to say. She shrugged. Didn't I come in without a key? This place can't trap me. She's out of bullets. The captain suddenly shuddered and pressed the trigger without hesitation. The Kalashnikov 1974's bullet capacity was limited. The number of guards who had fallen flashed through his mind. He absolutely did not believe that the intruder could not miss a single shot or waste a single bullet while running on the wall in such an unbelievable manner. Bang! Yes. How is that possible? The one who fell was the captain of the guards, who had been through hundreds of battles. Mr. House was shocked. Seeing the intruder walk directly toward him, he was even more terrified. The guards had fallen, and he had lost everything he relied on. Please don't be impulsive. Mr. House retreated and soon retreated to the front of the huge container. His eyes were searching for someone who could help him. But all the researchers were hiding at the moment. Even though they quietly poked their heads out to watch, they obviously did not dare to make a move. At the same time, Mr. House saw his personal assistant, Jimmy, who had also found cover and was only poking his head out. Their eyes met, and it was not difficult for Mr. House to see panic and hesitation in Jimmy's eyes. Finally, she walked in front of Mr. House and pressed the Kalashnikov 1974 directly against Mr. House's chest, directly tearing the old man's last bit of strength to pieces. His breathing became rapid, his face became pale, and his body trembled. Her gaze moved from Mr. House to the observation hole in the container's shell, looking at the thing inside. You guys seem to be in charge of this kind of technology, cloning? Is that right? A smile appeared on her face. If I'm not wrong, the thing inside is your clone, right? We have something to discuss, don't we, madam? Mr. House keenly caught the other party's interest in talking. She said indifferently, if I remember correctly, real human cloning is not allowed for the time being. You're dying, aren't you? At this point, Mr. House gradually became less afraid. He nodded, his eyes filled with desire and fear, the gaze of a drowning man. You'll never understand an old man's reluctance to live and his fear of death. If I had the ability, why wouldn't I try? I'm not interested in whether you're dying or not. She shook her head, smiled, and said, I'm interested in the way life is replicated. Has he gained consciousness? Mr. House wanted to keep quiet, but the muzzle on his chest exerted some force. He could only say helplessly, his body structure is stabilizing, and we've already detected brain waves. The cerebral cortex has begun to become active last month. We speculate that he should have gained consciousness. Is that so? She said indifferently. You probably haven't mastered the method of consciousness transfer yet. Then, even if you create a clone of yourself, it'll only be a new life. It won't be able to extend yourself at all. Mr. House kept quiet. She suddenly sneered and said, To be honest, I prefer honest people. There are still some things you haven't said, right? Gene Zero. How did you know? Mr. House raised his head abruptly. You don't have to worry about that. She shook her head, then patted Mr. House's cheek with the muzzle of the gun. Let your researchers complete the last step. I also want to see your technology. As she said that, the moment Mr. House lowered his head in contemplation, she suddenly kicked Mr. House's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. At the same time, she grabbed his arm, reached out, and pulled out a black pistol from behind Mr. House's waist. Remember to be honest. This was the last thing Mr. House could rely on. At this moment, his face was ashen. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of this intruder. Doctor, come out. Continue the experiment. But how would the researchers dare to come out? She instantly pointed the pistol at the ceiling and fired 2 shots in succession. Her cold voice rang out. My marksmanship is very accurate. Can you try? Finally, a younger researcher slowly walked out from his hiding place, trembling. A strange scene happened. An intruder killed all the guards here in just a few minutes and took control of everything here. Someone tried to sneak out during the chaos, but at the exit, the door couldn't be unlocked. Even the password was useless. The intruder, who was wearing a leather jacket, calmly sat in front of a table. She crossed her legs and looked around, eating the chocolate candy that was originally on the table. The ground was littered with the corpses of the guards. The researchers continued their work silently. Jimmy looked at the mysterious woman as he moved to Mr. House's side. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping him, he heaved a sigh of relief and helped Mr. House up. Boss, don't act rashly. Mr. House shook his head slightly. Then he took a deep breath and said seriously, help me over. Jimmy nodded and supported Mr. House as they slowly walked towards this mysterious and terrifying woman. But a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Mr. House came to the mysterious woman and asked in a low voice, "How much do you know about the number 0 gene?" "In the world, only a small number of people carry this gene," she said slowly. "There is no pattern to its appearance, and the person who carries it has nothing in common. It could be a genius, it could be a madman, it could also be an ordinary cleaner. Similarly, no matter how outstanding a person is, they might not necessarily have it. Therefore, the number 0 gene became a gene that couldn't be replicated. But it seems that it can be artificially created. And this is the key to your new life, right?" Mr. House was silent and slowly sat down with Jimmy's help. "Once upon a time, there was a very outstanding biologist. I regarded him as the greatest genius of this century. When he was participating in the Human Genome Atlas project, he accidentally discovered the existence of the number 0 gene. But this discovery would turn the entire world upside down. He settled for the next best thing and didn't announce this discovery. Instead, he used the discovery of the number 0 gene to reverse engineer the genetic composition of human matter, pushing the human genetic chain to the limit." As he spoke, Mr. House observed the invader's expression. Seeing that she was indifferent, he continued, "This genius risked his life for this extreme discovery and won the award from 6 years ago. I was very interested in this discovery of his, so I contacted him and was willing to fund more research. But at the same time, another force seemed to have their eyes on him. The invader only unwrapped the candy again and put another piece of chocolate into her mouth. Mr. House said, 'This mysterious force was far more terrifying than I imagined. But they didn't seem to have reached into China, so I had no choice but to transfer all the funds here and continue to let this genius scholar continue his research. Finally, when this research was completed, they suddenly appeared,' she said casually, 'and then your hard-won results were taken away by this force just like that, right?' Mr. House sneered and said, 'Isn't that so?' She suddenly laughed and said, 'Old man, don't tell me you think I'm one of them? You're not.' Mr. House frowned. 'Whatever you think.' She shrugged. 'According to what you said, this mysterious force had already taken away the results. Then what happened after that? You still continued this research?' Mr. House nodded. 'That time I suffered heavy losses. That genius scholar was also taken away. But fortunately, a few of his students escaped. I spent a lot of time reorganizing the laboratory and continuing the original experiment. It's just that the most crucial part was missing. I only found it recently. Only then did this research have a chance of success. I'm afraid that force has already succeeded in the experiment.' She sneered. 'I don't care if they succeeded early or not.' Mr. House shook his head. 'As long as my own experiment succeeds, it's fine. More or less.' She sneered and said, 'Anyway, I've seen a lot of people like you who are about to die. They're about to start searching for immortality when they're about to die. What exactly do you want to do?' Strangely, it wasn't Mr. House who spoke this time, but Jimmy. His gaze was fixed on the mysterious woman's face as if he wanted to see through her. Chapter 1254. It was almost 2:00 in the morning. In the secret laboratory of Austin Pharmaceuticals, except for the guards who were already dead, everyone was fully alert. In fact, the corpses of the guards had already been moved to the side under her instructions and piled up. The small mountain of corpses gave the employees a lot of pressure. The air seemed to have frozen, and only the sound of guns being disassembled could be heard. At this time, she was fiddling with a table full of modern weapons that she had confiscated from the guards. It seemed that she was more interested in these weapons before the experiment was successful. Mr. House could no longer maintain his composure, and he wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants again and again. Jimmy didn't say anything, but his gaze swept back and forth as if he was thinking about something. Finally, the leader of the research team suddenly said loudly, "It's done!" Mr. House stood up in an instant and took 2 steps forward with difficulty. But he remembered that there was still her behind him, and his ecstatic expression froze. "Continue. Why are you looking at me?" She looked at Mr. House's interesting expression and teased, "Why, aren't you coming out to embrace your new life?" Mr. House didn't say anything, but his gaze signaled for Jimmy to come to his side. With Jimmy's help, he slowly approached the huge pedestal. "Jimmy, I've waited for this moment for too long. I can't fail," Mr. House whispered. At the same time, his tone was indisputable and terrifying. He grabbed Jimmy's arm with unusual strength. "Help me. No matter what, you have to help me. Child, I don't have an heir, so as long as you help me, you'll get half of my wealth." His voice was very low, at a level that only Jimmy and Mr. House could hear. Jimmy said helplessly, "Boss, I'm afraid I can't deal with this woman alone," Mr. House suddenly said. "On the other side of the pedestal, there's a specially marked bump. If this woman fails this time, you'll uncover this bump and press the button inside." "What's that?" Jimmy frowned. Mr. House said, "Only I know the special exit. If you fail, you'll open the secret tunnel and leave with me. You should know that you can only get my wealth if I get out alive." Jimmy almost didn't think about it and nodded silently. When Mr. House approached the base of the huge container, something special extended out from the base. In front of the base, there was a metal recliner. A large number of complicated machines and instruments began to surround the pedestal under the help of many researchers. Mr. House lay down on the metal recliner with the help of 2 researchers. Someone began to pull up his sleeves and push over a device. Then they began to prepare some kind of injection drug. She also put down the gun in her hand and walked into the busy crowd with a faint smile. Mr. House had no other choice. His physical condition was terrible. Even if cloning a human body in private was an international ban, even if the upcoming experiment was extremely dangerous, he had no choice but to do it. "Begin." The azure blue liquid was injected into Mr. House's blood vessels through the syringe. His cloudy eyes suddenly saw a halo, and his eyelids gradually closed. The leader of the research team gritted his teeth. As the highest technical director of the entire project, the most complicated thing now was to activate the button. Everyone held their breaths. Many of them had served Mr. House here for more than a few years. All these years they had been in this secret laboratory that didn't see the light of day, cutting off all contact with the outside world, just for this dying old man. But even so, their years of hard work was about to be tested. Their feelings were complicated. Voltage stable, system activation normal. Clone's vital signs normal. Consciousness connection begin. People kept sending in the progress of the experiment. She just waited with her head raised and her chin raised slightly, watching the changes in the life in the container with great interest. Mr. House had already entered a state of deep sleep, and there was no sign of pain on his face. Power was madly integrated into the base of the container. Hundreds of flashing indicator lights appeared in the device in front of them every second, and the data on the screen was crazily refreshed. The research team had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat. She suddenly walked up to the leader of the research team. "I'm very curious. This artificial zero gene was made with House as the blueprint, right?" Yes. The leader looked at her in horror and lowered his head. "Tell me the truth." She narrowed her eyes and said, "I'm very interested in this artificial zero gene technology, but I'm also very interested in the other technology. How did you do it?" What? The leader swallowed his saliva. She said with a faint smile, "Consciousness transfer. The artificial zero gene. even if it used House as the blueprint, even if it contained all of House's life information, is only equivalent to a carrier. The clone and House should still be two separate entities, right? If House's consciousness couldn't enter the clone, then what would it be? Two House? Of course not, the leader hurriedly said. It has all of Mr. House's memories, whether it's personality or thinking pattern. It's all consistent with Mr. House's. Consistent, but not the only one. She shook her head and said disappointedly, "Looks like you haven't mastered the technology of consciousness transfer at all. You only managed to create a 20-year-old House with all of House's memories." At this moment, the leader of the research team's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he rushed out, grabbed a syringe from the side of the table, and stabbed it directly toward her. He was tall and obviously had a lot of strength. However, he was facing an inhuman who was essentially from another world. His crazy counterattack was instantly knocked down. The leader clutched his stomach in pain and squatted on the ground. She sneered and was about to teach him a lesson when several researchers at the side rushed out at the same time. "Please don't hurt the leader." When the guards were shot to death, the many researchers who had been hiding in fear suddenly felt a certain kind of courage and rushed forward together. She was naturally not afraid. She raised her assault rifle, which had already been loaded, and swept it at the ceiling. Instantly, the researchers were directly knocked back. "It seems like the one who attacked me was him. In fact, I didn't do anything to him. I just asked a few questions." She snorted coldly. She did come here to solve a problem. As the body she had attached to in this subworld, the identity of Nen Xiaonan had always been pursued by Mr. House. To solve this problem, she naturally had to solve Mr. House's group, but obviously it did not include these researchers in front of her. When she sneaked into this place, she had already changed the locks of all the entrances and exits to Xingchuang. However, along the way, she found a lot of living rooms. After a little speculation, she found that the researchers here had probably been imprisoned in this place. They had even been exposed to a variety of dangers. Perhaps it was their family members or something else. Even if these researchers left here, they would obviously not find trouble with the identity of Nan Xiaonan. So, she really did not think of doing anything to these guys. But the initial plan did not mean the final action. These people who did not know what was good for them had obviously angered her. Although she acted very obedient in front of Mr. Luo, it was only because the situation forced her to do so. The real her in the original subworld was also known as the witch, temperamental. "We have no choice." Suddenly, a young researcher in his 30s said painfully, "We're imprisoned in this place to help Mr. House with this project. His desire for new life is almost twisted. If we can't satisfy him, our families will not have a good ending. I haven't left this place for 5 years, but we can't transfer our consciousness at all. Originally, we could still keep on lacking the most crucial formula, using the reason of the artificial zero-gene production method as an excuse. But House has already gotten the formula. We have no way to reject him. Leader is doing this for us. Please don't kill him. Yes, please let us go. We'll thank you. Please, my parents don't even know if I'm alive or dead," she exhaled impatiently. She did not like this kind of scene. Just as she was about to speak, Mr. House, who was lying on the metal recliner, suddenly convulsed. His face was filled with extreme pain. He suddenly opened his eyes and let out an extremely painful howl. At the same time, the indicator light at the bottom of the pedestal flashed crazily. In the container, a large number of bubbles surged up from the bottom. What's going on? Why is the voltage overloaded? No. The pressure in the cultivation chamber is starting to rise. 87, 93, 114, and still rising. Boom! In just an instant, the indicator light on the machine instrument began to explode. The lighting system in the entire laboratory was directly paralyzed and automatically switched to the backup lighting. Dark red light filled every place. dyeing everything the color of blood. Ah! Finally, under Mr. House's long and mournful cry, the pressure in the cultivation chamber had exceeded the limit and suddenly exploded. A large amount of cultivation solution sprayed out at this time. The pressure of the explosion and the fragments of the container knocked the surrounding researchers to the ground one after another. She reacted quickly and found cover, not injured by the splashing fragments. Under the dark red light, Mr. House fell under the feeding recliner and seemed to have woken up, but his face was distorted and he vomited blood. On the pedestal, there was a young body lying in the solution. He tried to move, but his limbs seemed to be powerless. He seemed to be trying to use the strength of his body, but just as he propped himself up, he fell powerlessly again. Mr. House watched the young body's movements in a daze. Finally, their gazes met by accident. Seeing the young life's gaze, Mr. House opened his mouth and his pupils instantly opened. He actually let out an even more mournful cry. No! No! He was still there. He was still in his own body. He was still in this terrible, rotten body, but he had already woken up and regained consciousness. Failed! No! He wailed loudly. In the midst of his loud cries, Mr. House fell to the ground again and completely fainted. She frowned and walked out of the bunker, but at this time something the size of a fist was thrown from the air. She was stunned and saw this thing suddenly explode, spewing out a large amount of smoke. She quickly saw a figure rushing toward Mr. House. Jimmy. When? She frowned slightly and her thoughts accelerated. Some scenes from 20 to 30 seconds ago instantly appeared in her mind. It was when the researchers were rioting. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jimmy bypassed her and took a smoke bomb from the table, and it seemed that he also had a weapon. She felt danger. She didn't expect that, as a transcendent, she would be tricked by an ordinary person, but the thick smoke was erupting very quickly. All her vision was blocked, and she could only find a place nearby for cover. Although the rifle in her hand had been transformed into a Shing Creations creature, there was still a problem with her vision. After the smoke dispersed a little, she carefully walked out of the bunker. At this time, she was holding a total of 2 rifles that had been modified by Shing Creations. But, to her disappointment, she didn't see Jimmy. She didn't even see Mr. House, and Mr. House's clone had disappeared. A large number of researchers were injured and unconscious on the ground due to the explosion of the container. Some were unconscious, and some were seriously injured and powerless. On the other side of the pedestal, she saw a hole that was 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. She knew that this was the place to escape. She frowned, glanced at the researchers here, and directly jumped into the escape hole. When she came outside through the escape hole, she found that it actually led to a courtyard of the pharmaceutical company's employees. It came out from a garden. She didn't see Jimmy, House, or even the clone in the courtyard, but the footprints in the courtyard pointed to the direction of their escape. When she was about to take action, she heard shouts from all around and a large number of strong flashlights shone on her. Obviously, the people she found were different from the guards in the secret laboratory. They seemed to be the original security guards of the pharmaceutical company. What a bad start. She shook her head. If they were still in the sealed underground space, they could still do whatever they wanted. But after they came out, it was not certain. There were many ordinary employees of the pharmaceutical company here. Before she figured out Mr. Luo's attitude toward ordinary people, she didn't want to make too much of a fuss. Besides, it was not easy to get the green card of the subworld. If she was judged for doing something outrageous, the loss outweighed the gain. Let's go for a midnight snack. Hurry up, come here. Jimmy's forehead was full of sweat. At this time, he was leading a group of security guards to the courtyard. He stood in front of the garden and ordered them. The thief should be hiding nearby. Mr. House is injured. We must find the culprit. Yes. Although they were not as good as the underground guards, the security guards in front of them were also professionally trained. At this time, they began to search around the courtyard with the courtyard as the center. At this time, a security captain came in front of Jimmy Assistant Tang, what happened? There was a power outage just now, and I think I heard an explosion and the ground shook a few times. Jimmy glanced at the security captain and said indifferently, "You just need to catch the culprit. What happened tonight? Don't ask too much. It's related to the company's secrets." Then, "Okay." The captain nodded. "Then I'll take some people over there to search." Jimmy nodded. After watching the security captain leave with his men, he quickly looked around. Then Jimmy flashed into a rockery behind the flower bed. The back of the rockery was facing the wall, and there was a depression that was just enough to hide someone. Jimmy climbed into the depression, but his expression changed slightly. Where is the culprit? When he escaped, he clearly hid the cloned body here. Assistant Tang, we've searched everywhere, but we didn't find anyone suspicious. When it was almost dawn, Jimmy, whose eyes were bloodshot, listened to the security guard's report. In the end, he asked them to leave in annoyance. After that, Jimmy calmed himself down and quickly walked into another room. Here, Mr. House was lying on the bed. Beside him were 2 doctors and 4 nurses who were giving him an 4 drip. When the doctor saw Jimmy come in, he quickly walked over. "Assistant Tang, what happened to Mr. House?" His heart stopped. His body was already in bad condition. If this is the case, Jimmy heaved a sigh. "What's his condition now?" The doctor said helplessly, "He's in a coma, and his heartbeat is very weak. I suggest we move Mr. House as soon as possible. The equipment here is still not enough. Okay, you go and contact them." Jimmy waved his hand. He slowly walked to Mr. House's bedside and silently looked at the old man who could only rely on the oxygen supply to sustain his life. Chapter 1255. In the early morning, a white van was speeding along the suburban road. There were 3 men sitting in the van, and there were 2 big bags. There seemed to be something moving in the bags. The 3 men were talking. "Big brother, what should we do? We have gone back and forth 3 times on this road. Why don't we go to the train station to make up the number? There are a lot of beggars and tramps there. Are you crazy? What if we leave something behind in such a crowded place? If Boss Chung accuses us of incompetence, who will pay you? Sai, why do you think Boss Ching is looking for these tramps? We have picked up a lot of corpses, but this is the first time we have picked up beggars. Why do we care about them? No one will care about them if they're missing, and no one will know. The police can't do anything about it. Let's take the money and go to Mr. Rich Boss to play with the prostitutes. Isn't it better than picking up corpses outside the bar? Hee hee, big brother. There seems to be a person in front. F*CK naked, is he an idiot?" The van suddenly stopped, and 2 men got out of the van. They ran forward and shone their flashlights. It was indeed a naked man with messy hair and pale skin. This naked man walking on the road was actually a foreigner, but this foreigner seemed to have no reaction to the 2 men walking up with flashlights. He bent his body and walked slowly, as if his stamina was extremely poor. What's wrong with this foreigner? He didn't respond to us when we shouted or touched him. One of them said, frowning, and pushed the foreigner. Unexpectedly, this push directly pushed the tall foreigner to the ground. The 2 of them were taken aback, but they saw the foreigner actually stagger up again. But this time he didn't walk forward. Instead, he walked towards the van in front of the 2 of them. The big brother driving the van was startled. He watched the foreigner walk to the front of the van, then squatted down and reached for the halogen lamp. But this lamp had been on for most of the night, so the lampshade had burned his hand. When the strange man touched the lampshade, he immediately retracted his hand, showing a painful expression. But he didn't want to give up and began to reach out again, like this several times. This foreigner, is he stupid? Could it be that he was robbed and hurt his head? The big brother in the car suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "You too! Don't just stand there. Get a condom and put this guy in the car." "Big brother, you're saying this guy is a foreigner. Whatever. Shave his hair and eyebrows clean." Big brother sneered, "Dirty your body too. Anyway, it meets the requirements. No one here saw it. Once we get the money, everything will be fine. Hurry up and cut the crap." The 2 of them shuddered. That boss Ching had offered a very high price, 200,000 for each of them. 200,000 was already here. Naturally, they hardened their hearts. The two of them followed their brother's instructions and took out a cloth bag to cover the man. Then they carried him into the car. Then they took out scissors and a tool knife and began to deal with the foreigner's hair and eyebrows. They also took some sand and dust from the side of the road and smeared it on the foreigner's body. The foreigner was like a fool. He just opened his eyes and watched the two of them. He didn't react at all, which saved the two of them a lot of trouble. Not long after, the van's engine roared and it sped off the road. Austin Private General Hospital. This was a private hospital invested in by Austin Pharmaceuticals. However, it had first-class equipment and wasn't a place that ordinary people could afford. At this time, in the hospital's most luxurious ward, Mr. House was lying on the bed with more than 5 pieces of equipment. There were also 2 doctors and 2 nurses taking care of him at all times. It was already past 10 in the morning. It had been more than 5 hours since Mr. House was transferred here. Looking at the still weak electrocardiogram, Jimmy asked the doctors and nurses to wait outside for the time being. The 2 doctors had some complaints, but under Jimmy's gaze, they didn't say anything in the end. Jimmy brought a stool over and sat next to Mr. House. He watched in silence. He rubbed his eyebrows and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, Jimmy got up and was about to leave. However, at this time, Mr. House's fingers suddenly moved. His eyelids twitched, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Through the oxygen mask, one could hear Mr. House's weak voice calling out Jimmy's name. Jimmy, who was about to leave, stopped and turned to look at Mr. House. Mr. House was extremely weak at this time and didn't have the strength to speak. He only signaled with his eyes, as if he had thousands of words to say. Jimmy said indifferently, "Don't worry, you won't die for the time being, but it doesn't look like you can hold on for long." Mr. House's gaze suddenly became angry. He was angry because the opportunity he had been waiting for so many years was gone. Everything was like an illusion, and also because of Jimmy's current tone. "It's too late to restart the experiment again. You won't be able to hold on until then." Jimmy bent down and leaned close to Mr. House's ear. "So, I plan to disband this underground laboratory." Mr. House's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the assistant he had trained with his own hands. "You've lived long enough. There's no need to continue suffering." Mr. House didn't know where he got the strength from, but he raised his arm and gripped Jimmy's collar tightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he couldn't breathe. Why? Jimmy didn't speak. He just suddenly took off the oxygen mask on Mr. House's face. Losing the supply of oxygen, Mr. House suddenly became even more pained. He opened his mouth wide like a person who was trying to make a joke. He stared at Jimmy's eyes and suddenly howled. You. He couldn't say anything until his eyes rolled back. His hand that was holding Jimmy's collar also dropped. Jimmy then put the oxygen mask back on. He straightened his clothes and glanced at the electrocardiogram. Then he said loudly, Doctor, come in quickly." After a while, the doctors quickly walked in. When they saw the data on the instrument beside Mr. House, their expressions changed drastically. "Assistant Tang, what happened? I'll leave this to you." Jimmy whispered in the doctor's ear. "I hope Mr. House doesn't wake up so soon. Director, you're going to retire soon, right?" The doctor's expression changed slightly. He looked at Jimmy in surprise and didn't say anything. Jimmy patted the doctor's shoulder lightly and walked out expressionlessly. After he left the ward, he took out his phone. "It's me. Tell our people to withdraw and stop monitoring Nan Xiaonan." "Yes." "Temporarily stop monitoring her." He quickly put the phone back in his pocket. Suddenly he coughed twice. His body seemed to be weak. He put one hand on the wall and muttered to himself, "I don't have much time left." Ring, 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 ring. The sound of the bell on the bicycle came. The bicycle slowly stopped in front of the park. Soon, the children playing there and the wives with the children came over. She looked to be in her 50s. She wore a hat, a white checkered uniform, and sleeves. She was selling a well-known yogurt drink by selling bicycles. This was a drink that children love to eat. She took them out from the box on the back seat of the bicycle. From time to time, she would collect some change, and from time to time, she would raise her wallet and scan the QR code. She was very busy. After a while, the children left with the rows of yogurt drinks in satisfaction. Only then did she relax a little. After a while, she pushed the bicycle to the side and sat down on a stool in the park. Then, she took out a thermos bottle from the front basket of the bicycle. She twisted it open. One layer was filled with vegetables, and the other layer was filled with simple salted fish and steamed meat. The white rice at the bottom was still warm. She held it and started eating. I haven't had this in a long time. Hearing this, she looked up and quickly closed the thermos bottle. She smiled and said, "It's very cheap. 12 yuan a row. Do you want to buy it, little brother?" "Then give me a row." The young man smiled. She quickly went to get the drinks in the box. At the same time, she looked at the people in front of her. It was actually two people, a man and a woman. They looked like a couple. She felt a little different, but she couldn't tell what the difference was. She only felt that this man and woman were really blessed by the heavens. Carrying big and small bags, they looked like they had just come out of the supermarket. "It's rare to see people buy drinks like this," the young man said casually. She smiled and said, "It's rare. There aren't many left now. Next year, there won't be any left. When we go to get the goods, people feel that they can't sell it for much, so they don't do it. Now they put it in the supermarket, in the convenience store, or in the e-commerce store." The young man smiled and said, "When I was young, the school gate was surrounded by people." She didn't expect this young man to be so approachable. She was more or less happy. Young people were more impetuous and didn't communicate much with others. It wasn't that there weren't young people who didn't buy from her, but most of them bought and paid. They just asked how much it was and said how much it was. No one wanted to chat with strangers. "There's still one row left. How about this? I'll give you 10 yuan for the second row. Take the goods, and I'll just clear this box." "Okay." The young man nodded with a smile. He seemed to like being able to buy cheap things. As he said that, he went to take the wallet in his pocket. The blonde woman beside him obediently took the things he was carrying. She reached out to take the bits and pieces of money, full of joy. However, all of a sudden, her vision turned black and she felt the world spinning around her. She was about to lose her footing and fall to the ground. Just as she was about to hit the ground, her head strangely stopped a few centimeters away from the concrete floor. No one saw this scene, except for the man and woman who had just returned from shopping in the supermarket. "Master?" The young man thought for a while and said, "I tried a lot of things in the supermarket just now. Anyway, I'm not hungry. Go back later." Hearing that, the girl understood the young man's intention. She nodded and reached out to help her to sit down on the stool. But she didn't wake up and her face was very pale. The girl pressed her hand on her wrist and held it gently. "Master, this lady's body." The young man shook his head silently. After snapping his fingers, the phone hidden in his pocket automatically floated out and started to dial automatically. "Let's inform her family first." On the phone, it was Ritten's son. In the meeting, a discussion about a new product launch was going on. Suddenly, the phone rang and vibrated at the same time, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at the uncomfortable look on the project manager's face after being interrupted, Tao Kai suddenly felt hot in his ears. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Written Mom. So without thinking much, he directly put the phone on silent mode. Sorry, I forgot to put it on silent mode. At the same time, the project team didn't pay much attention to it because this young man was a newcomer who had just graduated. Well, it was normal for young people to be inconsiderate. Everyone was like this, but the society was high speed, and no one had the heart to give more advice. The project manager started from where he was interrupted and continued to explain the content of the new product. He seemed to turn a blind eye to the newcomer named Tao Kai. Tao Kai secretly sighed and hurriedly sent a message under the table, saying that he was in a meeting. At this time, the project manager knocked twice on the blackboard, which scared Tao Kai so much that he quickly sat up straight. He said that he was in a meeting. The beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes looked up and asked softly. No one was operating the phone at this time, but soon another number was dialed. It said daughter. In front of the office of the IT company. She was 27 or 28 years old, with short hair and a smart and capable impression. At this time, she was chatting with her colleagues, discussing how to spend the weekend. Sister Tao Tao, aren't you going home this weekend? Her companion called her intimately. The girl called sister. Tao Tao said casually, no, it's only 2 days. It'll take 1 day to go back and forth. Let's wait for my mom's birthday next time. The girl nodded. That's right. You went there on Mother's Day not long ago. Then let's go shopping this weekend. Then watch a movie and go to karaoke? Oh, I've been busy for a week. I need to reward myself. Well, otherwise I'll die. You've been working hard. Sister Tao Tao smiled. Ring, 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 ring. The phone rang. Sister Tao Tao glanced at it. The caller ID said Mom. Hello, Mom? Who are you? What? My mom fainted on the way. Wait, who are you? Why should I believe you? Chapter 1256. In front of the hospital, Tao Kai was in a hurry as he walked quickly, a blue suit and a black backpack. It was almost the symbol of a person who had just stepped into society and changed from a university monk to a social animal. He came to the front of the inquiry desk. Zhang Lihong just sent here. Where is she now? I'm her son. Please wait a moment. The nurse looked up and then began to inquire. After a while, she said, Zhang Lihong is now in bed 305, bed 20. Thank you. Tao Kai hurriedly thanked and then continued to walk quickly. He looked for the way to the ward while holding the phone. Hello, sister, I'm at the hospital. Well, I haven't seen her yet. I'll tell you the situation when I see her. Yes, don't worry, wait for my news. When Tao Kai found ward 305, he went straight in. He found that this wasn't a common ward. There were only 2 beds, and they were covered by curtains. Tao Kai was stunned. According to his sister, someone sent his unconscious mother to the hospital. Thinking of the phone call in the meeting, Tao Kai suddenly felt a lingering fear. He directly opened the curtain and saw his mother, Zhang Lihong, sitting at the head of the bed. Beside her was a blonde woman. She was peeling an apple. Tao Kai was startled. Without thinking too much, he shouted, Mom, how are you feeling? Zhang Lihong was naturally happy to see her son. At this time, she reached out and grabbed Tao Kai's arm. I'm fine. The doctor said that my blood sugar is too low. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Only then did Tao Kai heave a sigh of relief. He scolded and said with heartache, I told you not to push the bicycle and sell drinks anymore. You don't earn much, and it's tiring. This time, you met a kind-hearted person who delivered the drinks for you. What if you fall in a place where there's no bicycle next time? Zhang Lihong made a strange face like a child, which made Tao Kai lose his temper. Zhang Lihong then winked at him, meaning that he was still there. Only then did Tao Kai come back to his senses. He looked at the blonde woman who was peeling an apple again, and he almost lost his focus. He calmed himself down and said sincerely, Miss, thank you for sending my mother to the hospital. Don't worry, I'll pay you back how much you've paid. You're welcome. The blonde girl smiled and placed the peeled apple on a plate. She cut it into small pieces. Actually, the hospital hasn't settled the bill yet. I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you... Sorry, I didn't ask for your name. Look at me. Tao Kai smiled awkwardly. Take good care of your mother. The blonde woman didn't seem to have any intention of telling him, but a beautiful smile suddenly appeared on her face. But he wasn't in her line of sight. Tao Kai felt something, as though someone was walking in from behind him. "Auntie Zhang, are you feeling better?" "Much better. Thank you so much, little brother." Zhang Lihong seemed to want to sit up, so Tao Kai hurriedly helped her up. Only then did he have the time to look at the person who was approaching. He seemed to be younger than himself, wearing casual clothes and looking refined. The young man smiled and said, "This is your family, right? I've taken care of the admission procedures for you. If you have time, go and fill in the information." "I know." Tao Kai nodded. "Then I won't disturb you." The young man nodded at Zhang Lihong. While speaking, the blonde woman had already stood up and came to his side. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Zhang Lihong didn't have time to thank them properly. How could she let them go so casually? "Wait, little brother, can you give me your phone number?" "No need," the young man said softly. "You've already thanked me." Zhang Lihong was startled. The young man lifted the bag in his hand and said with a smile, "Isn't it cheaper by 2 yuan here?" He was talking about the cheaper yogurt drinks in the second row. Zhang Lihong couldn't say anything. She only felt as though something was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say anything. Tao Kai didn't know what the conversation between them meant. The couple left very quickly and even pulled up the curtain. Zhang Lihong quickly patted her son's arm. Tao Kai finally reacted. He opened the curtain and chased after them. But in the blink of an eye, he couldn't see the young man and woman in the corridor outside the ward. Tao Kai had no choice but to return to his mother. He saw that the apple was already peeled, so he simply picked it up and poked a piece with a toothpick and sent it to his mother. It's rare to see such a good child and girl. Zhang Lihong sighed, "Learn from them. Don't be so impatient all the time. They're other people's children, haha." Tao Kai shook his head. "You listened when they told you to rest more. I told you not to sell that elixir usually, but you ignored my words." "What's wrong with that?" Zhang Lihong suddenly glared at him. "Didn't I raise you by pedaling my bicycle every day?" Tao Kai retreated and raised his hands to show that he surrendered. Then he poked a piece of apple into his mother's mouth and said casually, "All right, I'll call sister and ask her to come back to visit you." Zhang Lihong shook her head, "No need. It's not a big deal anyway. She can go home at night. It takes a day to go back and forth, and she doesn't have much time. I think it's better to forget it." Tao Kai frowned. "Mom, it's normal for sister to come back. What's there to forget? Don't be awkward. The last time sister came back, she left after one night. Stop talking, okay?" Zhang Lihong waved her hand. "I'm fine. Go back to work in the company in the afternoon. You've just joined the company, so you have to be more careful. Come and pick me up after you're done with work." "Okay, but you have to promise me one thing." Tao Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Come, give me a smile." Zhang Lihong rolled her eyes. Tao Kai stretched out his finger and opened Zhang Lihong's mouth. Zhang Lihong stared and slapped it. How rude. Even so, she still smiled in the end. "I'll go and get some documents done before going back to the company." Tao Kai stood up and said, "If there's anything, remember to call me. This time, I promise I'll pick up immediately." "Okay, don't." "I'll shu." Xiaofeng Busang? Huan Li? Mo? I Huan. Li Wan Fuzzing Li Hong watched as her son walked out of the curtain with his backpack. Then he peeked his head back and told her to rest well before leaving. Zhang Lihong sighed slowly, and her smile gradually faded. "Madam Zhang, we found a hard lump in your abdomen. We suggest you do a CT scan as soon as possible." "Doctor, I am fine, right?" "We'll know after the scan, but you don't have to worry too much. Even if there's a hard lump, there are many other conditions. Let's wait for the results to come out. When can we arrange for a checkup?" I'll think about it." Zhang Lihong sighed slowly and leaned against the headboard. She picked up her phone and looked at the screen. She saw the name on the contact list, Tao Tao. The screen was already dry and cracked, and her rough fingers rubbed the screen a few times. In the end, she sighed. "What? You're not coming back? Why?" I found a job here. I don't want to give it up, but didn't we agree that you'll come back after graduation? Let's not talk about it. I still have something to do here. Take care of yourself. In the evening, Tao Kai walked in from outside the ward with a cloth bag. When he saw Zhang Lihong, she had already dressed and was sitting at the bedside waiting for him. Tao Kai smiled. Ah, where is such a beautiful wife? Go. Zhang Lihong was about to hit him. Tao Kai dodged to the side, but a soft cry came from the bag he was carrying. It was the cry of a cat. What's this? Zhang Lihong asked curiously. Tao Kai sneakily looked around before he lowered his voice and said, Cat, I bought it especially for you. Look. As he spoke, Tao Kai gently took out a furry little fellow from the cloth bag. It was furry, and its gray ears were half folded. Why did you buy this for me? Zhang Lihong opened her mouth, but the little guy was too cute. Zhang Lihong held it in her arms and liked it very much. Tao Kai's family used to raise small animals, but they didn't raise them after they died of old age. This is a Scottish fold. It's very obedient and gentle. Didn't you say it was boring to be alone? Let's raise it. Zhang Lihong stared at Tao Kai. You're wasting money. Hey, Tao Kai helped Zhang Lihong up. Mom, now that I've graduated and found a job, my sister will send money back every month. Don't go cycling anymore, okay? You little bastard, you think you can finish your job by bringing back a kitten. Zhang Lihong sighed. If you really want to make me happy, get a wife and give birth to a grandson for me. Soon, soon. Tao Kai begged for mercy. Zhang Lihong was surprised, really? Tao Kai said seriously, year by year it's getting faster and faster. It's on the way. Finally, she succeeded in grabbing her son's ear. In front of the park, because of the little Scottish fold, there were more children in front of the bicycle than before. The children couldn't help but like this little guy, so there were more things to do than before. The box of a lighter was almost sold out early. Zhang Lihong hugged the Scottish fold and sat at the place where she usually rested. She took out some food from the lunch box and slowly fed it. Ms. Zhang. Oh, little brother, I see you again. Zhang Lihong heard the voice and saw that it was the young man and woman who sent her to the hospital. She suddenly smiled. You bought so many things again. Yes. The young man smiled casually. I'm going to go on a long trip, so I bought some things that might not be available there. I bought more and saved them. Aren't you resting at home? Zhang Lihong shook her head and said, It's boring at home. I want to find something to do. If I can't move in the future and can only lie on the bed, then I won't be able to pedal even if I want to. What a cute little guy. The blonde girl's eyes lit up slightly at this time. Zhang Lihong looked at the girl and was actually happy in her heart. She directly lifted the cat up. The blonde girl was still carrying something in her hand, but the young man was very considerate and carried it over. Isn't it cute? My little brat brought it back yesterday. By the way, you've seen it yesterday. The young man smiled. Ms. Zhang, you didn't tell your family today, right? The doctor seemed to suggest that you have a checkup yesterday. Don't you want to go? The few smiles on her face disappeared at once. She shook her head and said, I still want to think about it. The young man said, Well, generally speaking, if the older generation is unwell, it's better to inform their family as soon as possible or have a checkup as soon as possible. If there's a big problem with the body, you'll be at a disadvantage. That's the reason. Zhang Lihong sighed slowly, but you don't know that it's too scary to think about it. Let's not talk about this. I'll think about it carefully. The young man didn't say anything. By the way, little brother, I want to ask you something. Zhang Lihong suddenly asked at this time. Yesterday, when you called my daughter, what did she say? Can you tell me? I was in a hurry yesterday. I didn't have time to ask you. The young man glanced at the blonde girl beside him. She put the cat back into Zhang Lihong's arms and asked curiously, Ms. Zhang, didn't you and your daughter contact each other after yesterday? Zhang Lihong opened her mouth and stopped talking. The young man said softly, Yu Yi, tell Ms. Zhang. The blonde girl nodded and said, After your daughter received the call yesterday, she was a little agitated, but after explaining it, she was fine. She still cares about you. She couldn't come here immediately. Later, she came to find your son, Mr. Tao. Otherwise, we might have to spend some time. I remember she said she wanted to buy a bus ticket back. I told her not to come back. Zhang Lihong shook her head. I don't want her to feel that I'm like this every time, as if I'm blackmailing her. Every time? The young man suddenly asked. Zhang Lihong showed a bitter smile and sighed. Actually, I pretended to be sick several times before the new year. Later, I was found out, so I made a scene. I see. The young man nodded and said, But Ms. Zhang, maybe you think too much. Children can never show filial piety in front of their parents, no matter how many times they do it, I believe. Miss Tao, I think you have the same idea. Maybe. Zhang Lihong lowered her head, and her fingers touched the cat's chin. In fact, our relationship is not very good. I'm not afraid to say it and make you laugh. I'm not a good mother before. The young man and the blonde girl looked at each other. Zhang Lihong said slowly, A few years ago she had a predestined marriage. Later I broke it up, although the man turned out to be a bad guy, but she shook her head and looked down at the obedient and motionless cat in her arms. You, if only you can talk to me properly.